And welcome along and welcome to the picturesque French town of Haut-Beyleron here. We are about to set ourselves up a farm here. So we're in the middle of town. We need to pick ourselves some land first. So let's go and have a look at the map. And looking at the map, we've got a few places where there are fields ready to harvest. I want to spend in the region of 300,000 to 400,000 on getting our land. And if we have a look at which crops we've got, so we've got some canola up here at field 20. Field 17 has some sorghum coming. Field 29 over here has some wheat, and that's ready to go. Field 32 has some oats. 43 has oats. So there's lots of options around. And if we have a look, so 29 up first, 244,000. That'd be quite high on our costs, but not fully hitting it. However, everything else around here is a little too expensive to get at the same time. I still like, when I do my Start From Scratch series, I still like this area here, field 20 and in fact field 17. Field 20 is ready to harvest. Here we've currently got canola in it, and field 17 has got sorghum, and we've got a large area at the top here, and we can probably expand field 17 and field 20 a little bit to make them slightly odder shaped fields with the plow and get a little bit more out of them as well. So I'm going to buy field 20. So we'll buy that for that, and we'll buy field 17 as well. Won't be ready until probably next month, but that should do us quite well. And then I think we need to head off to the shop and try and get ourselves some equipment. So we're down here at our Mortimer, and we are going to get ourselves... Well, we need to get a tractor, and I've got a few choices here. We've got 142,000 left. Let's have a look at what we've got in the shop. Have we got anything in the sales at the moment? Wow, that is a fairly useless sale for us at the moment. The combi plow might be quite useful later on. The Verifeed might be useful actually to lease this in a minute. So we might come back to this and lease this used header. That might save us a little bit of money. However, on the tractor front, we are going to have to buy something new, and I want something around about 200 horsepower, so somewhere from 150 to 200. Really, that gives us a choice of 4 tractors. The Massey Ferguson at 170 horsepower for 97,000. The John Deere 7810 at 175 horsepower for 99,500. The John Deere 4755 for 190 horsepower and 108,500, and the Valmut for 108,500 with 190 horsepower. Personally, I was originally going to go for the John Deere on here. It's quite nice. It's got the front loader attachability and everything like that. But for the extra 9,000 we can get this. I like this Vulture. It also has some rear steering. It's a good tractor, this. So I think I'm going to go with this. I'm going to switch to the Michelin tires. I am going to go with the white rim color, I think, and maybe a slightly lighter blue. I like that. The sky blue on that looks absolutely fantastic. So we're going to go with this. We're not going to put the front loader on it at the moment. It's going to cost 1,500. We don't immediately need it. So anything I don't immediately need, I'm not going to buy. And then we're going to do the number plate as VF001 HB. I think that is great. Front and back, and the main color is the black. Perfect. Let's go with that. Okay, and we will buy the tractor. Like so. Now, the first thing we're going to be doing is harvesting. So I think a harvester would be good. In fact, no, I'm going to go and look at a trailer first. Now, seeing as we're going to probably try and do some direct delivery straight off the bat, We can hire a trailer for this early stuff. Now, if we get something that holds that kind of amount, so that Rudolph is 31,000, fairly expensive, but to lease this would cost us 1,500. So that's actually really good. And a lot of the early equipment I'm going to be leasing. The tractor we're going to be using a lot, but the equipment I'm going to lease. So looking at combines, I think our best bet is going to be something like the New Holland. We need about 18,000 litres. Yeah, 18,000 litres will do it. So trailer-wise, I think that holds 18.5 is absolutely perfect. We will get that in the red. I'm again going to put the Michelin tyres on it. And yeah, we will put our number plate on it. But this is a leased trailer. So 001 HB. There we go. And front and back. Well, actually just back. And okay. And we're going to lease that trailer. Yes. Okay. Right. Next up, we want our harvester. So, as I said, we're going to go with this. New Holland fits perfectly. We're not going to change the license plate because I'm hiring this. And we're going to go with the standard wheel setup so as not to cost us any extra money. So, let's lease that. 13,515. So, yes. Okay. And then, this is where we come back to the header. So, headers for this combine... There are two. There's the 25-foot and the 28-foot. To lease the 25-foot, that would normally cost us 2,167. But with the used one in here, we can only buy it. I thought we could lease this. So yeah, we're going to go back. And in actual fact, I am going to lease because of the size of the field. The difference in leasing is... For this one, it's 2,448. And for the other one, it's 2,000. So it's an extra, just under 300,000 to lease the larger header. An extra 300, sorry, not 300,000. So 300. So we're gonna lease the slightly larger header. And we are gonna go back and lease a trailer as well, and we've got a fairly large header, so we'll go with the larger header trailer and lease that as well, like so. So here we go. Here is our harvesting setup. We've got the header trailer, the header, the combine, our Rudolph trailer, and the only thing we own from this lot, the Valtra Valmet tractor. So we need to get this header onto this header trailer. Let's get the header trailer in the right place. We'll use the tractor for this. Start her up. Into gears. And we want to head into high. There we go. Much better. I do like this helmet in the sky blue. A really nice colour, I think, for this. And we'll fit in nicely. Maybe that's my whole New Holland... Ford thing is liking blue tractors. Let's get that into position over here. Now this Valmet, this should do pretty much everything we want. And as I was saying, we're going to be renting most of our equipment to begin with, just so that we can keep the price of everything down. We're not going to have many fields this first year. We're only going to have 2. And we're probably going to do a fair amount of contracts, but we'll probably be using contract equipment to do that with it, because that will save us some money. There we go. And I'm just going to take cover off that as well. Right, let's jump into our combine. And see this. Now this has fast turned into my favourite starting combine in FS22. It has a good sized grain tank. It's not overly expensive. It comes with 2 nice sized headers, and just works really well for what I'm doing most of the time. And you may have seen actually in both my new farmer and my start from scratch videos on how to do those things, how to set up your farms on those, that I use this combine. And yeah, it just works so very, very well for pretty much any setup for your initial stages. So let's get this hooked up. And once we're hooked up to this, we can go and take this up to our field and get set up and ready to go. And this is where we're going to be setting up our farmyards. So top of field 17 here, we've got a nice space that is, well, at the moment is just basically scrubland. I'm going to drop my header off at this point here, the header trailer, so that we leave it in this space. We're going to return this all anyway, but not for a couple of days. We want to get... Basically, we're going to have a bit of an expense over the first few days because we're going to have to keep the combine kicking around until our field here becomes ready. I don't want to have to spend a huge amount of money getting the getting the combine hired again for the next job. So we're going to be just keeping it around. Should have enough money from this first job though to do that without too much issue. Now the only downside to our field here is you can probably see it is packed full of weeds. So that is going to reduce our yield a bit. Not the end of the world, but it's not great as well. And now that I've got my combine in position, I want to get the tractor up here too. And now that I have my tractor up here, we can just park this on the road side the field here and get back into our combine and get started on that. It's really a nice setup, that tractor and that trailer. I'm slightly worried about clearance of the auger versus the trailer, but we'll find out soon enough. So let's start her up, start it going, and forward a little bit. And I don't know how much yield we're going to get off this field. We'll see how full we are at the end of the first two headlands, I think. I don't think the headlands are going to give us a full tank. Coming up to the end of the second headland now, and we should pretty much have a full header on here. It's a full tank on here. We're up to 92%. Yeah, we're going to be just shy. It was 50% on the first round. On the second here, it's just fallen short at about 43%. As I'm about to cut in though, what I want to do now is get the auger out and get what we have got in here unloaded. Oh, back it up. And there we go. So that goes into our trailer quite nicely. And yes, we do clear the side of the trailer very well, which is good news. We'll spread this out a little bit. And then we'll get this cutting into the field and see how we do, because we're gonna get 2 full tanks off this combine. And then I need to decide what we're going to do, whether we're going to try and do some production chain with this canola, which might be fairly limiting to us, or whether we will go and do some just straight up sell it. At the moment, I kind of don't want to hold on to it because we need to bring the money in. We're roughly halfway through the remaining field, and there is roughly half a tank left on here. So it's quite possible. I think we're going to end up with slightly more than a tank left on this field, which is good. I mean, 2 full tanks off this combine is absolutely brilliant. That is around about, well, I think it's around about 18,000 litres off here, which will be absolutely cracking. That'll take us up to about 24,000 if we straight up sell it. If we buy the oil mill, it will cost us, it will make more money for us, but at this point, it's probably not worth doing. It's going to cost us a good 90,000 odd, and as a result, and it's not going to bring us that kind of money in. So I think we're going to hold off on that for now and just do a straight sell for this first year. The same will be true of the sorghum. When we come to do that, we will just give that a straight sell as well, and just bring some money in. Get us back. Being able to cover the costs of having this harvester for about 4 days, and the cost of having to have things in general, having the loan and things like that, because of course we start from scratch. You start off with a £200,000 loan, I think it is. Yeah, so under here you can see we've got a £200,000 or €200,000, sorry, loan that we're contending with. So that's gonna cost us for a while until we can get that paid off as well. Plus, we need to see what equipment and what consumables we need for our fields, and we've yet to decide what we're going to replace in this field for next year. Now, surprisingly, I have a full tank earlier than I expected. So we've run over a little bit of crop, but I need to put this into neutral if I can. I'll put it into reverse. There we go. And we'll get the auger out and go and get the tractor. But that surprises me how much field we have left with how much crop we've got. So we'll bring the Vultra up and round and get that parked just here. Only thing I'm missing in FS22 at the moment is a handbrake. That would be really useful. Right, let's put that in neutral. Hopefully that will stick there. Turn it off as well. And then jump back in our harvester and get our auger out. And empty into the trailer. This is going to give us almost a full trailer, amazingly. So I'm quite happy with this. This is more than I expected off this field, which is absolutely brilliant. Whoa. That's like to roll forwards on this hill. There we go. But yeah, we're gonna pretty much fill this trailer with this. 9,500 should just about do it. Or 9,300, yes, because this takes 18,500. So we're gonna go and tip our first load of canola, and see how much money we get back. Oh, 97%. Okay, let's fill up this combine a little bit more and take a full trailer's worth with us to the sell point, I think. But yeah, this is actually producing a higher amount of crop and a higher amount of yield than I was expecting with these weeds. This is brilliant. So taking the combine down to the bottom end of the field should give us the few 100 litres we need to top this trailer off. Oh, the only problem with this Vultra, with this trailer, is that, yeah, it's not very visible. And we need to go and work out where the best place to take this to. So we have a couple of choices. We can either go and sell this at the GCHB grain elevator for 1,215. Or, as I was saying earlier, we can turn it into canola oil for 2,374. Now, we'd need to have, to do that, we'd need more than a 50% conversion. And it's, I don't know if it is. I'm actually for the quick price and the quick grab at the moment. Get ourselves the stuff to pay for the next few days. We can do some contracts and things and get other stuff done. But at the moment, I think we need the money rather than spending the money on the production chains, because we'd have to borrow it to do it. And I think overall that isn't going to pay off for us. So let's get this up to the grain elevator and get this sold. And so we'll bring this in. Get it tipped up in here. And actually quite nice and close, this sell point. So nice and easy for us to get off the field and get into here. How much is this load going to make us? I was estimating about 20 to 25,000 really off this load. More than that, and it's going to be really good for us. 22,713, pretty much right in the middle of my estimate. So that's not bad. Oh. Sometimes my gears slip. There we go. So now we can head back out to our field, which is right beside this here. And what I'm looking to do is just pretty much place the tractor at the top corner here, because we're going to have to empty this out at some point. Looking very much like we're going to get another half a tank off this field, which is great news. Absolutely perfect for us to make a nice little amount of money off. We should make, so we're looking at a third again. Then we're looking at making about 6,000 euros, maybe 6,500 euros more off this field from what we already had. That's brilliant. That means that we should make off of this harvest setup, just from this, a nice tidy profit of somewhere in the region of about 10,000 euros. And that's taking into consideration our combine, our header trailer, and our trailer having to be hired for these jobs. Now, we've done about half an hour real time on the harvester, which is good. It means we've got about half an hour real time before we get charged a large amount of money. In order to, because of the use we've had of the harvester, we get charged about, I think it's 2% for an hour's worth of use. So we want to try and keep that down a little bit. There we go. Back this up and put that into the trailer. And we're going to go and put this combine, once we've emptied it, down the bottom into our grass area, just so that we can put it away, ready for, actually, we're going to place it ready for our next field, which, looking down the hill, is not very big. It is not the biggest of fields we're going to be doing next. And thankfully, the cost for us to keep the harvester round to cut it is also not a huge cost. So that should go well for us. And, of course, that is the sorghum we're going to be doing. If we can afford another field, we will. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. We are going to be doing lots of contracts in this series to make sure that we can keep ourselves afloat and keep money in. We might even put some chickens and things around here when we start building this yard, just to get this going. Let's fold down the harvester. Oh, we have to start the engine to fold down the harvester. That's interesting. But there we go. And that now is ready for 3 days' time. I think my estimate of about 6,000 euros for this remaining trailer should be about right. We've got about 1 1/3 times. How much is here paying for these at the moment? They're paying 1,100. So that's actually, that was higher than that, I was sure. I was sure that was 1,200 a little while ago. So, yeah, it's not quite going to be 6,000, I don't think. Should take us, though, well over 25k in total for this field. An absolutely cracking start. Really good amount of money off this first field. It takes us back up to 44,000. Yeah, that's going to set us up very nicely going forwards. And yeah, we just need to get this tractor back down to our scrubland farm area. And I think that's going to be done for today. It's 5:10, and we don't have another field to harvest. We are looking good. And so let's bring this across here, over the road, and park it up here. The last thing we need is just somewhere to sleep, really. At the moment, we've got this scrubland area where we're going to be building our farm, but we have nowhere to sleep, so just in the trees over here. I know it's at a road junction, but This should work fairly well. We'll go into the placeables menu, construction, farmhouses, and we can set up camp for just a little bit of money. Let's rotate that. Yeah, let's have a look. So we'll just set up camp here near our near our header trailer, and perfect. We can sleep through to the next day, camping out underneath the stars until we can afford the money to buy a house. What is that place there? Is that somewhere that we can own? Le Jardin Le Fermier. Oh, is this? That is actually really cool. This is a rail station and therefore a silo that we can store crops if we want to. Absolutely brilliant. We'll have to take that into consideration going forwards. We've got to get cracking with the harvest. We've got rain on the way, and in fact, we've got the sorghum ready. So what happened was I switched the seasons from 1 day to 3 days, and of course it went to the end of the first day, moved on to the next month before it set up the 3 days. So that's okay. Let's start this up, unfold this. We will probably have to stop, I think, halfway through this. Oh, we've got manual attach on here now as well. Right, there we go. Probably have to start halfway through this to make sure our yield doesn't drop because of the rain. But we'll see how far we get. And I'm sure there's something that we can do to occupy ourselves while we wait for the rain to pass. The yield on this sorghum is actually really good. I mean, we are 30% full off the first headland. We got only 50% full off the entire field of going one round of the field from the canola. So yeah, it seems to be a fairly well-yielding crop, this, which is great news. It's coming in rather nicely. I'm loving the textures. I'm loving the sort of half-height cut that the game does on this. That was some feedback from people when they saw the early, some of the early gameplay from FS22. Was to say, hey, sorghum isn't cut like that. It's it leaves quite a high stalk afterwards. The combine header doesn't go quite so low on that. And yeah, I really like that it's it's very much, it takes the tops off the stalks, and as a result you don't get quite so much out the back, which is great as well. I'm very, very happy with this. We are nearly 50% full off going round the headland 1.5 times. We're at 45%. That is a cracking yield. It's going to make us a good amount of money. I think the price for sorghum is just under €1,000 per 1,000 litres. So we're going to make about at least 5,000 off here. I think we might make 6 or 7 in total. Which is going to be really, really nice and really useful. So let's bring this up to here. And I'm just keeping an eye on this rain now. If we can get this field done before this rain sets in, that would be absolutely brilliant. Otherwise, it's going to be a case of stopping the harvest, getting this into the trailer and covered. For realism purposes, because it won't actually affect it. In fact, look, there it comes. Can we get to the end of this before the rain starts affecting our yield? Yep. Okay, I'm happy with that. So the rain is coming. Let's get our harvester emptied. So start her up. Into there, and we'll go into high gear and get this going. Now we've got a few options today as to oh, come on, there we go. as to what we can do. We can go and try and start work on our canola field and getting that prepared for the next one. We could try and see if we've got a contract we can do during this rain. A small-ish field that can be covered. Or we could start trying to expand around field 20. We've got some space up the top where we could add a little bit of field and things like that, so that when we come to do cultivating things on there, we can do those bits. Right, let's cover that up so that that doesn't get as wet. Let's come into here and we'll put that back, turn that off, and yeah, time to look at our map, I think. Because, oh no, I want to fold that down. We don't want our grain tank getting all wet. So fold that down. Yeah. That works. Perfect. Right, let's have a look at the map. So these are our two fields here, 17 and 20. What do we need to do on them? So I like to turn all these things off. It's quite useful to do these one at a time because they overlap and it causes issue. So weeds, we actually have a ton of weeds in what we're harvesting at the moment. So this fairly high yield is not being affected by the weeds. That's really good news. Fertilization, yeah, neither of our fields are fertilized. Post-harvesting needs ploughing. Only field 17 needs ploughing. And then needs lime. 17 needs lime as well. Now, I have an idea for doing the lime. But it kind of comes after ploughing. Well, actually, if we cultivate field 20, if we plough and cultivate field 20, that would work quite well. We'd be able to do some extensions to that at the same time. So let's have a look in here. In our sales at the moment, we've got this AgroSim combi plough, but that won't allow us to create fields, even though it's massively money off. We would need a plough for that. And the Cavernaland at 23,000 would allow us to do that. It's not going to cost us very much to lease it. I think that will cost less. Yep, so that costs just over 1,000 to lease it. So costs less than that piece of equipment as well. And I did say early on, we're probably going to have to lease a lot of equipment to get ourselves set up properly. So that would be good for doing this field and expanding our other fields. So I think we probably want to grab that and maybe go and get this leased from our shop. Now, configuration, I can either do it with that or with our packer mat. I'm actually going to get it without the packer mat for now. We will lease this. Yes. Okay. And the other thing I'm going to need, if we're putting that on the front, and probably be good for our tractor anyway, I think is a 750 kilogram weight. So we will buy one of those and that will work out fairly nicely for us. So let's disconnect this from this trailer. I have. Oh no, there we go. Now we'll disconnect. Oh. There we are. And we'll head down to the shop in our Ultra 8750 and go and grab ourselves a new plow and wait. There's a couple of items I'm keeping an eye out for at the moment coming into the sales in the shop. I want a cultivator. I'd love for the large Lemkin cultivator to come into the shop for us to purchase. That would be really useful. Same goes for a seeder or a flatbed trailer, something that I can transport goods on. What else? We've got, there's various options, I think. A front loader large enough to go on this tractor would be good as well. Connect that up and connect that up. And then fold that. There we go. So yeah, various bits and pieces that would be very useful to have on the farm. Right. Just checking if I had any beacons. I don't have any beacons on this tractor. Even with the front weight on this tractor, I can feel the weight of the plow on the back. It very much, we're sort of wheeling slightly. I want to have a look now and work out where is going to be the best place for us to build our farm. So our choices basically are this area here, which is right on a junction. But I think it would be nice and central to where we are. Let's head back to here. So we've got two spaces. We've got this space here, which is quite nice. Although you could conceivably make this area here bigger and increase field 17 size significantly. Or you got field 20 here, which has this nice area up the top here, which is fairly square, is a little bit off a track, and is probably quite a good area. It kind of depends on where we're going to expand. Because if we're looking to expand, say, into field 14 for 200,000, here would be a nice central location. If we look to expand into 23 up here, then that area there is going to be a much nicer central location, and that's only 120,000. So it's probably a little bit more reachable. The other advantage to expanding field 17 here is that it's a fairly small field at the moment. And expanding it out and up towards there would probably make it a little bit more profitable as a field. Whereas field 20 doesn't massively need that. So I'm going to go up to the top of field 20 and we're going to have a look at that space that we've got up there. Now the biggest difference we've got with this space up the top here of field 20, you can immediately see. This is rather nice and high. This is an awful lot lower. So whatever we construct on here is going to end up raising or lowering the land. It's going to be more expensive to build stuff. And as a result, it isn't quite such a nice area as we have down the bottom. It might be a good area maybe to put some animals up this end, though, with some bits and pieces. So I think we'll keep our mind open for that. But I think our main farm area, yeah, on balance, our best place for our main farm area is going to be down the bottom where our tractor and our combine are now. So the next thing I want to look at is possibility of doing some animals around here and how much that would cost us to put any animal pens in. Let's have a look under the construction and the animals. So production, no, animals here. So it's going to be 51,000 for a sheep pen, 109,000 for a big pig pen. Horses, I don't think are worth us doing at the moment. See, 79,000 for chickens, or just 6,000 for that. Holds 30 chickens, and yeah, would go rather nicely around here. I think, yeah, I do think chickens are probably a good start for us. If we can work out exactly how we want to build our farm. However, we've mucked around enough and the rain has stopped. So let's drop off this. Turn you on. Unfold. And we will drop that off. Oh, we need to lower it first. And then we can drop it off. Hook back up to our trailer because we need to get the rest of this field cleared and sold as quickly as possible, really, so that we can start working on our farmyard. Let's do that there and that there. And then we can uncover this and turn this tractor off. And that then is in position, ready for us. Got that up. When we have the rest of this crop cut. Combine started up, and we're gonna cut in around about here-ish, I think. That looks nice and central. We're coming up to about 22% full off this, so it's looking like we're going to be about 3/4 of a full tank off here in total. Not a huge amount, but really is very telling about how well the yield of sorghum works, because this field is nowhere near optimal. Absolute crazy. One thing I do want to get on this field is a mulcher. See if we can mulch these stalks down and in, because that will contribute to the fertilizing of this field, which will be very nice and work very, very well. Yeah, looks like we're going to hit about 30%, just under 28%. Okay. Let's get this emptied out then, and we can go and get this sold. And then we can return this harvester. We've only got 0.7 of an hour on it, which is good, so it hasn't cost us any extra. And we're going to have a very nice little sale off this. We need to return the Rudolph trailer as well. So both these things will head off of here. And as I said, a lot of the stuff early on, we're going to be renting it. Let's get the auger in. And the combine folded down. And off. There we go. So that is that finished with. We can return that as we've harvested our 2 fields. I think field 23 is out of our, it's out of our price range, so we're not going to be able to afford that anytime soon. So let's head into the shop here and return the harvester. Yes. Okay. Return the header. Yes. Okay. And oh, one more. We need to return the header trailer as well. Return. Yes. Okay. Perfect. So that just leaves us with our trailer and our plow. So let's go and find out where to sell this crop now. That will be in here. And the best price at the moment is that one there. Le Jardin de Fermier Farm Shop. So let's tag there. And where is that? Looking for my green beacon. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Off we go. Let's go sell this. Yep, it's up there. Perfect. Let's go make ourselves some money. Oh, Mr. 2CV coming out. There we go. Do like how much faster the cars go in this. Farm shop is quite a way over the map, but there it is down there. And how many litres we got? 7,801. So I reckon about 7,000 euros off here. Maybe just over. And will make us a nice little profit. There we go. And tip it. Out of our grain door at the back. Burst up a little bit. And are we going to hit 50,000? I don't think we are, actually. I don't think that's quite going to get us there. Mind you, we did use a little bit of cash. 7,727. That is not bad at all. I was expecting that to be much worse. So, yeah. Let's get this back to the farm. Actually, we can now detach this and return it as well. So detach that there, pull away a little bit, and get that to come and get collected. So select and return. Yes. There we go. Now we just have the plow, and we still have half the day to do something with it. So I think we might take a look at field 17 with this. I also think I'm going to maybe put some fencing around down the side of this road here. Just to sort of say, hey, this is where the farm is. Because we're going to put an entrance in probably here. I mean, there is a nice gap around this way to put an entrance in. So we might put one in there. I kind of need to put a shed up as well. I think a shed would be a really useful thing. If only at the moment, because it holds just the single tractor. Let's hook that up. And lift this. Right, how am I going to shape this field? So we're going to take it a little bit closer to the tree line, maybe. We want to switch the plow around. And it's really a case of how much space do I need for my farmyard. I should be able to fit my farmyard in the space that we've got there. So, let's take this from our existing point here. So, let's mark out the edges of our new field. So, then turn create fields on. And I'm basically going to judge it by where the roof of my tractor is. So I don't want to get any closer than the overhanging trees. Like so. And that just adds a little bit of extra field into here. I'll take that to that point there. And we're going to do the same. And you can see we have pulled some rocks up as well. So we're going to have to get the rock picker on here. Some of those are not small ones. But we should get a fairly nicely curved corner out of here. Because of the way the plow is. Like so. There we are. Now I can fill this section in here. And then we can go and look at how we're going to set it out at the other end of the field. Alright, with this side of the field done and that filled in, we can go and have a look at what we've got over the other side. And this isn't quite as big a change. It does go out a little bit further. I do want to pull it towards the road a little bit. But I think it's not quite going to be as big. There we go. Just to about there-ish. And then we're just going to pull this side of the field in here as well. And that will give us again, a little bit more space to work with. Just a slightly larger field. Which means that we should get slightly more crop. Not quite right. I'll position it just right. There we go. That's better. Right. This tractor actually is pulling this with good ease. I mean, it's not struggling at all with this plow. Not surprising, as I think this is a 160 horsepower plow. And we've got a 190 horsepower available to us with this tractor. You can see we're just adding that little bit of extra space to this field. Making it just that little bit more useful. We could have, as I said before, expanded the whole field into this area, but we do need somewhere to build the farmyard. And this is the nice thing about this area is that it is really flat. I mean, it's gonna save us a load of money because of how flat it is. So yeah, and I think we're gonna start putting some ground down as a result of that in a minute. But first, we need to fill this nice little curved extra bit in as well. And then we can get on with doing some ploughing on the field itself. The extra bits filled in, we can now look at doing the rest of the field and getting that ploughed. So let's get ourselves lined up here. On this side here. Dropping down into that furrow, but we need to get this bit along here like so. So down, and then there we go. Nicely along here, creating a nice straight ploughing edge. We are pulling up some fairly big rocks down here though. So what I'm going to have to do is get myself a rock picker, I think. We're going to be in need of that to clear this field up. it's not such a problem as I'm using a lot of leased equipment, but, and the big but here is that I am going to be using my own equipment at some point, and really, the less rocks I have kicking about, the less damage it will do overall. And if we do end up buying a seeder and I've gone too far down the road at that point, then yeah, I don't really want to be damaging my seeder. And the rocks will make us a little bit of money. Not a huge amount, but they will make us a little bit. I'm really impressed by this Valtra Valmont. It's been a cracking all-round tractor so far. Handled this with ease, been a really good karting tractor. The fact that we be able to put a front loader console onto it down the road and use it for that. Yeah, I mean, having a nice tractor of around 200 horsepower that we can start with is just brilliant. Just works so well for us on here, and is gonna serve us and it's gonna serve us really well, especially when we start getting into doing some production chainy stuff and things like that, and doing some I think it might be wise for us actually to get a greenhouse and maybe start that moving, as well as maybe some chickens and some eggs and things, and sort of get stuff that happens all year round moving along. Downside to chickens is we'd have to buy some feed as well as the chickens, because we don't have any feed that we've held on to. In fact, we just don't have any feed. Sorghum and canola are not good feeds for chickens. So yeah, we can put that in, and I think next time what we're going to probably start doing is getting our farmyard built and getting that side of things going. Maybe laying down some concrete or gravel, and just really working out how we want everything to look, and where to go, and somewhere to store our tractor as well, because obviously this is our big asset on the farm, the one thing that we own and is doing all the work for us, and that's why we own it. So yeah, I think it's going to be a really nice setup we're going to be able to create in this nice flat bit of ground that we've got sitting here. Not far off the end of the field now, just a couple more passes I think, and then the headlands. And yeah, I was saying earlier, really liking this tractor. We do have a lot of stones. That is going to do a lot of damage to any equipment I use on here. So yeah, that is going to be the other thing. Oh, the weight I've got on the front of here, though, is not heavy enough for this plow. It really does pull the back of this, or the front of this tractor up, and the back of this tractor down, lifting this plow. But we have got everything done just about. One tiny bit, and then I'm going to do the headlands and get those finished off. Need to do them the adverse way of each other, so just to keep it nice and realistic. There we go. So I'm going to do this top end one with the wheel pointing into the field. Like this. Whoa. Doing wheelies. Definitely should have picked up a bigger weight. Yeah, so this is turning it towards the edge of the field. If I don't get right on the edge, it's not going to work. There we go. So this is turning it towards the edge of the field. So the other side, to be realistic with this, I want to be turning into the field rather than away from it. So i.e. I want the wheel pointing in the same direction when we go to do the other end of the field. I am interested. Let me know in the comments below if you're watching this far. What would you like me to cover from a realism perspective? I'm very interested in maybe making a series on how to play Farming Simulator 22 realistically, and I'm very interested to see what you guys think of that. So let us know down in the comments below what you think to doing a series like that, and would you be interested? The idea being speaking to real farmers and getting exactly how to do all of this stuff very realistically. And if you are a real farmer and want to have some input into that, let me know down there as well. I would be very interested in hearing from you as well. But in the meantime, we've got one last headland to do. It is 5:05 in the evening. It has been a very productive day here on the farm. We've not only got this field cut and sold, we've also made ourselves a nice little setup ready to go next time, and extended this field a little bit as well, which is going to go great. I want to, as I said, get our farmyard starting to be built next time. And we're going to have to hold on to this plough because we've got a little bit of expanding to do, I think, on field 20 as well. There's some space to do that, so we'll do that next time too. Let's just fold this in. In fact, let's not fold that in. We'll just park all of this next to our campsite, and that will be a good place for me to finish. Like so. There we go. It's been a busy old day, but we've made some money. We're now left with just the tractor and the plough, and we're going to use that. And hopefully, in the future, we're going to see something a little bit more useful than the header for a forage harvester I don't have coming up in the shop. Day 3. It is the 11th of September, and we need to do some work with our farm, with our fields to be exact. So field 17, we ploughed all of this last time. We reshaped it a little bit. We're going to do the same thing now with field 20. You can see we've got this area around here, so we're going to get that bit added, and then we're going to add a little bit up to the top here. I want to leave some space at the top because I think it would be good to maybe put some animals up here, but yeah, I want to reshape field 20 a little bit. The other thing we need to do on here today is we kind of need to get some lime on field 17. So we're going to borrow a lime spreader, get that spread quickly. It's only going to take maybe 1 or 2 things of lime to do that. So yeah, we want to get that done. The weeds I'm not worried about. We're going to be cultivating all of field 20 once we've added these extra bits. So yeah, that's a lot of work to do today. So let's jump into the Vulture here, get us started up, and get create fields on. What I'd also like to do today actually is get this area here, get our farmyard, beginning to get that paved, and working out our official entrance to the farm would be good as well. So there's that too. Right, I want to keep roughly the same amount of space here. Actually, I think what we'll do is we're going to add a little bit and take this all that much closer to the road. We've got a nice area here that we can add to this. So let's mark out our area first and bring it around. The nice thing about this tractor with this plow is it actually works pretty well. Although somebody was saying to me in the comments last time that this tractor, that this is a 120 horsepower plow, which is very possible that I missed that. So I'm going to quickly check that once we get to the end of this row here. But you can see the amount of land we're adding into this field just by ploughing up this extra bit at the bottom here. It does increase this field by a fair amount. And we're going to bring it up to this bit here. Yeah. Oh, come on. A little bit further, little tractor. A little bit further. I say little tractor. This is only this is a 190 horsepower tractor. There was a time where this would not have been considered a little tractor. Right, let's go here, and we are going to have to stone pick on here. Now we did all the stone picking on the other field last time. I'm going to stone pick here after we've cultivated this whole field. But yeah, so we're adding that much space onto the bottom of this field. I want to go have a look around down the other side. Now, I don't want to make an odd shape with our... let's turn this. I don't want to make an odd shape with all of this. At this end here. Have a, you know, end up with a pointy bit. So what I'm going to do is we're going to bring this round a little bit further there. Right, there we go. And we're just going to try and square it off a little bit. So we're going to bring it around a bit, but I'm not going right into that point. We're just going to have a fairly flat bit going into this corner here, like so. Yeah, fairly flat. And then I want to turn the plow because we want to make it a nice, easy corner for us to work with. And you'll be able to see the extra shape that we're adding at the bottom end of this field here. And you see how it lines up nicely with the plow, with what we've created here so far. So we just bring this and finish off this corner here. And that not sharp corner, that makes it a lot easier for us. So I'm going to get this filled in, and then we're going to go and have a look at what we have at the top of the field. The last strip to fill in down here, and we got some fairly large rocks down here we're going to have to clean up. It's a really rocky part of the field, this. Now, what I also want to do, I think, is looking at this and looking at how this side is shaped down here. I think we're fairly good with how we're coming down and around on the road. I want to bring it out ever so slightly further on this section here. So I need to get myself in the right position, like so. And we're just going to come out ever so slightly further here and bring it around, because on the far side of here, I think we can go out a little bit further and just clear the bushes away a bit more. So we've got the bushes right up to the edge of the field. Yeah, like so. Oh, that wasn't quite enough to clear that. Never mind. And into that corner there, like so. So, like that, I think that does us very well. Now we just need to head up to the top end of the field. And we can go and expand the field up that way as well. So looking at the map, I can't tell if we've got sort of a bit of a circular bit of road up here, but I think the whole area up the top here is actually fairly square. Actually, it's not. That's really good. So again, we've got a lot of space the whole way along this field to expand. So let's take it from about here, like so. I do want to actually get a pretty square corner up this corner, but we're gonna give a little bit of space between us and the bushes along the side there. But then I want to bring it in, and hopefully we'll be able to stay fairly close to the roadway here as we bring it round. Now, it's not overly good at turning, because yeah, you wouldn't really be able to turn with a plow very much, and you'd have to be very careful if you did. Yeah, so we don't have access to that land there. Don't know how close this is. How close do we have access to this? So let's go X here. Yeah, so you can see we can go up to there. So it's a very, very square setup. So let's... Oh. And I don't think we can actually own that building or that land that it's on, so... Unfortunately. Yeah, wow. If you stray into it at all, it doesn't let you get anywhere. There we go. Now, is that the corner there? We want to go fairly closely up to this tree line. There we go. Right, so that's cleared that bush out. Let's have a look on the map where we are. So X. Yeah, we are right on the corner. So we should be able now to bring this round. Let's lift that and come in at an angle. See if we can get round here. And yes, somebody who was observant last time, very much this is a 220 horsepower plough on a 190 horsepower tractor. But should still do us okay, I think. Or has been doing us okay, so I'm quite pleased with it. And yeah, look at this. I think we can, yeah, it gets flatter up to the top. So what I want to do is take this up to about this point here, I think. And then that gives us some space to do some animal stuff if we want to. Bring this round. Corner and across. Yeah, so that gives us some space to do some stuff with some land up the top here. And in the meantime, we can come along here and produce ourselves a nice little bit of land, or extra land, to put some extra crop in, which is going to make a big difference to us. So this is our last chunk of grass to get the extra bit of our field done and added in. We just want to square off this top corner and get that done. And yeah, originally this was going to be work I was going to do during the sort of the 2 days downtime while we were waiting for the sorghum to come ripe down the bottom. But of course, that didn't happen because I'd forgotten that if you change the season length, it doesn't kick in until the next, or the next transition, which of course was from August to September. And a couple little tufts of grass to remove. Yeah, it's a pity we couldn't have gone all the way around to the edge there, but I think it's worked out okay. I think we're doing all right. And yeah, we've added a not inconsiderable amount to this field up the top end here, where we now have yeah, a very, very nice setup. That, though, should be everything that we need to do with the plough. So, time to head up to the shop and plan our next move. Now, before we can do any planting, we're going to need to get the areas that we've just recently ploughed, which is all of field 17, and the extra bits on field 20, those are all going to have to be stone picked. So we need to get the stone picker across all of those. Let's lower that, and then we can attach it forwards. So we've got those to do. We also need to get lime on all of those bits as well. All of those fields you can see here, 17 and the new bits, those all need some lime. And yeah, that should turn them into a cultivated state. I think that will then sort the fields out. First, though, as always, we've got a new day. We need to check what's in the sales in the shops. And so today on sale, we've got, again, mostly things that are useless to us. I would love to pick this up, though. 114,000 for a New Holland T7 HD. That would do us really well. I can't, though. You know, it's that little Lintner is also very, very tempting. But No, we can't do that. That would be a waste of money for us. I think our current tractor, our medium tractor, that is only worth 79,000. That's an interesting upgrade, actually. We could trade in our Valtra Valmet here and get ourselves a New Holland T7. It would mean we couldn't buy any buildings and anything, though. And yeah, as great as that New Holland T7 is, it's no good for us for now. This Valtra, this is doing everything we need it to. Somebody points out there's no front PTO, but if we ever got a dual mower, if we ever got any of these mowers, actually, where are we? Mowers. There we go. Mowing technology. If we ever got any of these mowers, we could put these onto the back and reverse drive this Valtra for doing grass work. So that would be really good. Okay, so we know that we need to lime and we need to de-stone. I think we should probably throw the lime on before we do the de-stoning. So in order to do that, we are going to have to lease some equipment. And this is the thing. If we got the New Holland, we wouldn't be able to lease this equipment. We'd have to borrow stuff. So fertilizer spreaders, we're going to go with the little Breedle. We're going to go with the standard setup on it. Michelin tires. We don't need a huge amount of lime. So we're not going to get the extension. And yeah, we'll go with that. So let's lease that. That is going to cost us 2,295 to lease. That's fine. And then we need a couple of big bags of lime as well. So do we have some lime in here? Yep, 450 for those, 2,000. So 4,000 litres should be more than enough for us here. And I could have just done multiple amounts there, but there we go. Right, so we have 2 big bags of lime and a Breedle. Nope, and I've turned my tractor off because I left it running. But yeah, now we get that New Holland in the shop. That would have been brilliant day one. Had that turned up 2 days ago, I would have snapped that straight up. We only paid, what, 6,000 more for this? Which is just, yeah, that tells you how good a deal that New Holland is. And that would have set us up very well. But then that is the luck of the draw. That is, you know, that is how things go on here. And the amount of money that we'd lose on the Valtra, it just doesn't make getting the T7 worth it, unfortunately. But yeah, I would love to have picked that T7 HD up on here. Let's fill that one up as well. And then we can take this lime and we'll see how far this lime goes on our fields. Yeah, there's the reverse driving wheel. But this Valtra is actually a pretty neat piece of kit. A very good all-rounder. So I'm going to start with our top bit here on field 20. So just going to come in this corner here. Like so. And yeah, we'll start here. Yeah, you can see the size of the rocks that we've pulled up. Is not great. And using this slightly smaller spread should work fairly well for us until we expand out here, and then we can cover all of the area that we're trying to. Well, we don't miss a bit like I did at the start there, but we should be okay. A small patch isn't going to make a massive difference. It's more getting a good consistent spread around the rest of the field. There we are. And back up. And this top area is actually quite a square bit of field. Very, very useful. And yeah, I am leaving there just that little extra bit. We started off with like 41%. I'm hoping that these 2 pallets of lime that we put in here is going to be enough to do these. Because that is going to be the real telling thing. It doesn't matter if we have to go back down to the shop, but of course it's going to waste the limited time that we have. So, efficiency tends to be my watchword when doing things like start from scratch. The more efficient I can be, the better it is overall. And yeah, this is proving to be quite an efficient way to do this. There we go. And we're down to 28%. Again, tiny little bit missed, but otherwise good. And we should have certainly enough to do the bottom end of the field as well. So let's head down there and get that done as well. This is going to add a fair amount to our farm. I think we've added maybe another fifth to this field, possibly, which is a nice chunk. I think we've added slightly less to the other field. We could have expanded our other field so much further, but I do want to have somewhere to create a farmyard, and eventually we will probably get the field expanded a bit when we've actually worked out exactly how big our yard is going to be and where we're going to put all of our sheds and all of that kind of thing. Something I do want to do, and I want to do it quite quickly, is get a greenhouse in place. If we get a greenhouse in place, then that will bring us in money throughout the year, and we can then look at ways in which we can expand that and make more from it. I think greenhouse and chickens are certainly two things that would be good to look at right now. There we go. We're down to 16%. I don't think that's going to be enough to do this field, but I think we'll only need one other big bag in order to get this complete. Which, yeah, that's not bad. We managed to get this about right, I think. So, yeah, let's finish this off and see how far this line goes. So, we've made it about halfway through field 17 before we've run out. So, let's go and grab ourselves another big bag and get back up to the field to finish it off. Back to the field. Another 2,000 litres. There should be enough to do this. Look at all the rocks on here. Yeah, this is, that plough definitely pulled up a lot of rocks, a lot of big rocks on this field. And I'm fairly sure, actually, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that last time. Yeah, it's going to cause us a lot of issues if we don't deal with it. Thankfully, it should be fairly easy to deal with. We can grab ourselves a rock picker. We will use, as wonderful as the LO is, I think it requires slightly more horsepower than I've got for this tractor at 190. Maybe not. I would need to go and double check, but I think the other ones might be a little more useful to us for what we're doing on here. Partly because they will cost us less money, and partly because it should require less horsepower for both of them. So we'll see how it goes. We still have 11%. We might have enough actually to go and repair a couple of these little patches that I've left around this field as well. But all in all, I would say this has been fairly successful. There we go. We'll see how bad these patches are on the map. If a lot of them are showing up, then we need to go and fix them. But I think in most cases it expands a little bit beyond the edge of where we can see the white, which makes more sense. There we go. So we're down to 5%. Let's have a look at the map here. And if we go over to here, there we are. Yep. So we're actually fairly well. We've got some interesting stuff with the level of fertilization on some of these fields. But yeah, look at this. We've got a few streaks in these fields that we just need to clear up. So let's do this. Now, does this have? This doesn't have the variable spray width that we've got on things like the sprayers. So yeah, we do have to do large areas basically. I love precision farming because when you're doing fertilizer with something like this, it doesn't go and do doesn't go and use what you'd use across all of these areas. It basically just does that little bit you need. But yeah, we've got this. There's not that many big areas that need clearing up. And oh, I've got 9 litres left. If I go at this bit sideways, it might actually do it. So let's just bring this round here. Oh, little bit. There we go. But that has used everything up in here, which is good. And yeah, has not left us too bad. So I'm happy with that. So we can head back down to the shop. It is 3:30. I think we might just get this returned here, actually, because we have no more use for it. So let's disconnect that. Take this off. I'm just going to park the tractor on the side of the field there like that. And we'll get this returned because we have no need of it. So lease, fertilizer, select, and return. Perfect. Right, and then we can turn our attention to maybe putting down a little bit of farmyard. So, in the construction menu, let's have a look here. What do we want to do? Now, I do want to, as I said, I want to put in... Where are we going to put in our gateway? Our gateway, I think, the best entrance is for it over there. Between those trees. Yeah, if I can... can't angle myself up. But, yeah, I think the... Considering our farmland is all over this way, I think an entrance over there into the farmyard area here. So, let's see what we've got in the way of barns. Now, this is something we came across before, is that we don't have a lot of money for barns. We can put in something like this, though. And I think this would be a good start for us. I want to turn this. Collides with player. Yeah. So we could put this in here like so. Or it currently collides with, but I think yeah, over here like this, I think is a good place for this. So I'm going to turn it a little bit more. And there. So we then have a nice shed here in which that we can put our tractor and our equipment and things. Over this way, like so. This is a good starting shed for us. Somewhere that isn't too expensive. Allows us to park our tractor and have everything in position nicely there like that. Which means that we now need a bit of landscape painting. I'll come down here and I want to put that's asphalt, so we can do the asphalt there. What is our command to increase the size? Is N and M. Right, okay. So you could put that out here like so, yeah. Like that. Right, and I want to change the shape again. That is V, and bring the size down so that I can just take this along the road here. And that goes out there like that. There we go. Right, and then if we spin. Now, this is a trick that should work to create a nice line. Do that. And on the previous one, you moved about. Yeah, so I can move about using WASAD. So you hold the position you want. and you wassage your way across. And as long as you're nice and straight on the edge of the field, then it should work fine. I did have to do a little bit of adjustment. Right, so the best place for us... Actually, I like the idea of coming in between these two trees. So, I'm going to increase the size of this. And I don't think we're going to do all asphalt. What have we got? Dirt, concrete, forest ground, grass, gravel. I think I'm going to do a load of dirt out here. Take that along the side here. Yeah. Just kind of try and get that to be along the front and out there. And then I am going to put grass back over here. I know I just took this out, but I actually think that a grass edge there makes more sense. And take it down a size. And there we go. Nice bit of grass there. And just into there as well. Back to the dirt. And back with the upscale. I'm going to go like that. Okay. Up and around there. That then becomes my yard there. And then I want a little bit of gravel. And we'll take the size of this down again. And I'm just going to bring a gravel entrance off the road like that. Like so. Perfect. Right. Next, as I said, I'd like to put a greenhouse in. So production, greenhouses. Now, a little... it's only 10,000 for the large greenhouse like this. And if we spin it around... Yeah, I like that a lot. So we'll put that in there like so. And that works well for us. And the other thing I'd like, but I think it's too expensive for us, is, if I look under tools, yeah, it's 45,000 for the workshop. Now, I think it's probably worth borrowing the money to get the workshop at a later date. But, yeah, we can't put it over there. We'd have to put it over here. But, yeah, I want to get the workshop in there. But that, to me, at the moment, that's a pretty good setup. We now need to go and grab some water for this. But, yeah, I think we've got a great start of a working farm here. Which I'm really looking forward to exploring a bit further. Today, we're down at the shop. It is September the 21st, and we need to get some more work done with our farm. Now, we set up the greenhouse last time, so we're going to need a little bit of equipment to start getting to work on that. So let's head into the shop here. And what I need is something to transport stuff from the greenhouse, and I need something to get some water to the greenhouse. So we've not got anything new in the sales. That Lintrack is looking very, very tempting, and I've ummed and erred about it. And yeah, at the end of the day, I can't justify the 41,000, especially as our current tractor can put a front loader on it. So we're going to leave that for now. Instead, I'm going to spend a lot less money and grab myself a lizard pickup. Now, we've got a nice big bed in here that we can fill with everything from our greenhouse, so that's perfect. That, though, is going to be 25,000, and we only have 19. The other thing I want to get today, and I've heard rumors that the pickup doesn't pull stuff, or doesn't pull very much, so we'll see whether we can actually get both of these things back this way, or whether we've got to come back with the tractor. But we also need something for water. So I think I'm going to go with the Aquatrans for 9,500. There's not really anything else that transports water other than this, and that's 25,000. So we need about 35,000 to get those two things. So that means we need to head into here and the bank. So we are going to take ourselves up to 40,000, increase our loan to 220,000. Hopefully we should be able to pay this back fairly quickly. Go back into the shop and we are going to buy ourselves a nice pickup truck. So lots of different options on the wheels on this. Oh, those are very Land Rover-esque, so I'm going to go with those. Main color, we want that darker green or that. I think we'll go with the John Deere green, and yeah, always we seem to go with the John Deere colors. There's not a school bus kind of color in here, which would. Oh, actually, I like the JCB on that. And yes, I think we'll go. There we go. The olive green and the yellow wheels. Fantastic. That is going to be our car. So that does cost us a little bit more to color it. But we're going to be having this around for a while. And then, yep, over here, under animals, we need to get ourselves a water trailer as well. So we will buy that too. Yes. And we're going to be using both of these on a regular basis, hence the reason that I've bought them. Now, does this hitch to this is the next question. Oh, and I meant to change the number plate. That is not the number plate we want. There we go. I will be slightly surprised if this does actually hook to this. Because I don't think it's going to. No, it's not. So we are going to have to bring our tractor down here to hook that up, which is annoying because that means I've got to make 2 trips down here with my tractor today. That's not the greatest thing. Hopefully, this truck's going to prove to be more useful than it has so far, though. So, yeah, let's get back to the farm and get back down here with the tractor. And having dropped off our truck back at the... well, back at our campsite, we're now down here in our Voltravomit. Let's get into reverse and back it up. Like so. There we go. There we are. Right. I just need somewhere now to fill this up from. Now, I think I can probably fill it up from the river. If there's an area down here that we can do it from. Otherwise, I need to find somewhere to fill this up from. Let's have a look at the map. Where are our most likely places? There's not that many. There's certainly nowhere up near our farm. We're looking at, possibly the pond next to field 32. Might be a good place to get some water from. So this is one of the tricks in the game, is the fact that you can get free water from anywhere pretty much you can back your trailer into. It's just finding places you can back your trailer into, really. So we're going to head down here, and there's a few places along the shoreline here we might be able to get down to, but I don't want to risk it too much. Over here, though... yeah, so the shoreline down here is a lot lower, but it's still pretty steep. Whereas next to field 32 here, there is a fairly large pond. So let's have a look at this. Yeah, we can back this into here. So we'll grab some water from here. Back this in. Like, so. And refill it rather nicely. And then we can just head back to our farm and give some water to our greenhouses. It is a little bit annoying that our truck doesn't connect up to more things. It would make it a more useful piece of kit to have here. But 25,000 for something to transport our goods to market is still pretty good. I'm not too worried about that. Now, before we actually empty this out, we're going to back this up to it. But before we actually empty this out into our greenhouse, what I need to do is check what is going to pay us the best money at the moment. So we want to be producing that. We want to be in this menu here and then into the sales. So we get 3 things out of our greenhouses. We get lettuce, which pays 1,537, tomatoes, which pays 747, and strawberries, which pay 481 if we take 480, sorry, if we take them to the bakery. Now, how does our production chains affect? So 64 water produce 64 tomatoes, 64 produce 32, and 64 produces 128. So basically, tomatoes are our baseline. Strawberries would need to be worth half, and lettuce would need to be worth double. So our tomatoes are 749. Strawberries would need to be worth half. They aren't. They're worth more than that, and lettuce would need to be worth double. And they are just over. So I think tomatoes. I think strawberries actually is going to be our best price right now. 480 is massively above. So we will turn those on in the production chain. So let's activate the strawberries. Right, we are not going to activate the tomatoes or the lettuce for now. Let's open this up. And yeah, that's all good. So, yeah, I forgot that's how you open that up. Back this up a little bit, and then we can empty the water out. And look, our greenhouse is full of strawberries. Absolutely fantastic. That is going to start producing us some fruit in no time. So I'm going to keep an eye on the price of our vegetables and our fruits that we're producing in the greenhouse, and we'll switch which ones we produce based on which one is going to give us the most money on any given day. And hopefully that's going to be an ongoing income for us. I want to get chickens as well. We're going to be doing those in the next few episodes and getting those set up and sort of really building our farmyard up and borrowing money to invest. What we do need to do now, speaking of investing, is invest in our fields. And to do that, we're going to have to do some cultivating. Now, we can get on this tractor, because we've got 190 horsepower to play with. We can get either this 5-meter Lemkin, which will get us through the job very quickly, or this 4-meter Amazon. Both of those will work pretty well on this field, I think. So let's have a look at this. 5 meters. How much does it cost to lease this? 1,249. I think in the interest of getting this job done nice and swiftly, we're going to lease the Lemkin. Looking at the price versus the Amazon, it would have saved us about £200, 200 euros. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that. We should easily make that back in our crops. And yeah, a nice 5-meter cultivator is going to run through this field fairly quickly. And I might even look and see if there's a cultivating contract kicking about that we can go and earn this back for. Right, lift that up. Fold it up as well. And then, yeah, we can get this back up to our farm, which will be absolutely perfect. And we're back now up at our farm, and yeah, here we go. Field 20 needs some cultivating. So we did the liming and the ploughing on here last time. and extended this field. Now it's just the main body of the field that needs doing. And then once we got this done, we can de-stone our newer areas and get them all sorted. And yeah, we're pulling up some large stones on here as well. So we're going to be looking to de-stone all of this field and all of our other field. If we can get time to do that today, we will. But I think we're going to be a little bit pressed for time. What we've got to watch is that if we're going to put wheat or barley in, we've got to do that in the next month, so in October, in order to actually get it in time. We won't be able to plant it otherwise. Alternatively, we can look at other crops like sorghum and I think what else have we got that is early year? So we can plant a lot. We can plant oats. We can plant corn, sunflowers. So there's a lot of stuff we can plant beginning of the year if we want, which would also work out fairly well for us. So it's really a case of keeping an eye on what we're doing and what's available at what times. If we don't get something planted next month, which we should do, I mean, we've still got a lot of work to do on the farm to get it ready, but we should still be able to get everything planted in this autumn if we want to. Then there are options come the new year. As I expected, the Vulture is actually doing really well at this. We're still pulling up a lot of rocks. Look at all of those rocks up and down this hill. But it's pulling this nicely. We are getting this field prepared. We are going to need to get... Yeah, we're going to need to get a rock picker on here and sort this field out, because this is just going to destroy any drill or any harvester that we put on here, and cause us a whole pile of maintenance costs to actually work either of our fields at the moment. So hopefully we can get that sorted, and as I was saying earlier, if we can get that sorted quickly, we will then be able to get some winter crops planted. Otherwise, we'll be looking at spring crops, and there are options there. Basically, we need to get something that is going to feed chickens. And people corrected me last time. I said sorghum doesn't feed chickens. Actually, apparently you can. So, yeah, sorghum is also a possible crop. Didn't hold on to any this year. Kind of wish I had now, because we would have been able to feed the chickens with it. But in general, this tractor is doing great on here, and we should be able to get this field turned around and get some rock picking done. I think it's going to take most of today to get this field cultivated. Not the end of the world. We have plenty of time, but it means that it's going to probably be about late October before we see the chickens in our yard. One question I do get coming up fairly regularly is, how do I get such straight lines on my field? How do I make sure that I'm nice and straight on my lines? And the simple answer is, in the bottom right hand corner is a compass. So I set my tractor at the start of each row to be a certain degree, a certain degree of rotation. In this case, it's 90, because we're going up the field, and then I try and stick to that along the whole row. And most of the time, that creates a nice straight line. It's not quite as accurate as GPS, because obviously GPS also includes the width. But it's not too bad. You can actually calculate the width, especially if you're going perpendicular, like we are, to you know, if you're going, you know, either perpendicular to the x-axis or the y-axis, you can see how much you move across the field, and you can work out exactly what that number has to be each time in order to get an exact width. So we're at 456 on the x-axis at the moment. So we could work out very easily the exact number that we needed to move across, especially with a 5 a 5 meter one like this, because I believe that's in meters. So that would be either a 449. In fact, I think it'd be a 449 that would need to on the next row in order to get an exact width across the field. So let's try this. Okay, it goes up. So 461 is what we're aiming for. So there's 461. We want to be at 90 degrees. So I'm doing this purely on the numbers. There we go. We're at 90 degrees, 461. Where does that place us? Absolutely spot on for the 5 meter width. There you go. If you want to do GPS yourself, you just need to calculate where you are on that bottom bit in your on your map. Get the degrees right, get the position X or Y right, and you're spot on perfect. As I expected, the rest of this field has taken the rest of the afternoon pretty much. We are heading up to our second to last row. We're still pulling a lot of stones out of the ground. Look at that. And it's mainly because we're doing, well, we're doing stuff under the soil. Had we used something like a power harrow or something like that, I think we would have ended up with, where we're being a lot less invasive under the soil, we'd have ended up with a lot less stones. But it's not a huge problem. We'll make some money from these. We'll hire a stone picker and make some money. Now, though, we just got one last strip to get done, and then we will be able to head back down to the farm. I think we've got a fairly good crop of strawberries off our first day, which is fantastic. A little bit fast for strawberries, admittedly, and not massively realistic, but we are doing start from scratch here and trying to basically keep our head above water any way we can. And that little bit of investment in our equipment today should mean that with the strawberries going, we'll make a nice little amount each day. Certainly enough to pay our loan. And that actually is a huge thing. If we can generate enough money to pay the loan each day, that opens us up to a whole world of extra possibilities in what we're able to do on the farm. So that very much is the target of the greenhouse and the chickens in a little bit as well. We want to be able to make as much as we can off those to make sure our farm keeps going. So there we go. That is the cultivating done. I'm going to go into high gear. Check no cars coming. Yep. And then we'll head into our yard. And we're going to see how many strawberries that we have. Oh, looking good. We got 4 pallets of strawberries waiting for us. That is absolutely brilliant. I'm just going to bring this round here like so. So I'm happy with that. That is absolutely cracking. Look at that. 4 pallets of strawberries. And how are our greenhouses doing in general? And the answer to that is quite well. We have got 64 litres in storage. We could do with getting some more water, so we're going to have a run for more water. But yeah, we're producing strawberries at a good rate at the moment. Absolutely brilliant. And that means that we've got 4 pallets to hook up. So let's go and grab our brand new truck. And finish off today by delivering a set of strawberries, hopefully to the bakery. I think that's where the best price was. So let's bring this around here. Can we open the back of this? Does this unfold? Yeah, there we go. So drop the back of that off. And yeah, look. We've got 4 pallets of strawberries ready to be placed into the back of our truck. And yeah, they should go down the middle like so. Are we gonna actually fit them all down the middle like this. This is really good. I'm liking this. I bought this truck for this reason. And it's doing the job very nicely. Hopefully, we'll go able to strap all that down and get all of these loaded in. Last pallet. Let's just strap that first one down so that doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, and then we're going to have one across the middle. Like. Oh, is that good? Yep, that's good. Oh, that is the perfect amount of strawberries for us for today. Very, very pleased with that. So let's jump in here. Close up our boot. Just about works. And yeah, where's the best place for us to sell these strawberries? And the best place to sell strawberries, oh, it's dropped from 480, but Le Jardin Fermier's farm shop has now gone up to nearly 470. So let's tag that. And I think that is behind us over that way there. And this truck should really motor. I think we're going to get there fairly quickly. And yeah, make a fair amount of money. We only have 600 litres of strawberries. So yeah, not a massive amount we're going to make. But we should at least make something. What a miserable day this has turned out to be. Still, we're down here at our sell point and should be in here. So let's pop out. I think the sell point is in here. Strawberries are not accepted there. There is another sell point round the side. So, yeah, might be this one here. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Selling all of our strawberries. And there we go. 280 euros. We only had 600 litres. So that's not overly surprising. But yeah, that's fairly good. I'm just going to pull this off to the side. Actually, we'll park it under here where we've got a nice little bit more light. And that will do. We have a lot of strawberries out again. So yeah, we sold off a whole load of strawberries last time. We have a whole load of strawberries now. We've got 46 litres actually in storage. I am going to switch it because strawberries tend to be the largest output. Because all of these are a little bit even. I'm actually going to switch to the lettuce and deactivate the strawberries so that we end up with fewer pallets coming out. Because otherwise we're going to be forever just taking pallets and loading them up. So let's just see if we can get these in here. Should be possible to get these sideways in here. Yeah, like that. So then I can go and get rid of these later. And we'll get all these loaded up and sold. We also need to get some destoning done today. We've got quite a lot of stones across all of our fields. And so that is going to be something to do. And then we probably need to start looking at next year's crops. Because we want to be getting in some crops this autumn if we can. We have a look in here and have a look at the calendar. We can see that we've still got enough time to get some wheat in and some barley. And if we're going to be getting some chickens fairly soon, I think getting some wheat in, some winter wheat in, is going to be a really good way to go. So I'll get these loaded up. We'll head off to sell them, and then we're going to go and grab ourselves a destoner and see if we can get all of these fields done today. Last set of strawberries on top. Try and get these nice and even. Not the greatest stacking in the world, but should still remain in place. There we go. And clip to the outside. That is not the best piece of stacking that I've ever done, but we are at least got those on there, and we should have it fairly easy now that we're just doing lettuces. Shouldn't be quite so many pallets coming out so quickly, although the lettuce ones are taller pallets. So where is the best place for us to get these sold today? Let's go and have a look at strawberries. There we go. Best place for strawberries today is still Le Jardin de Fermier farm shop. So we'll head down there and we'll get these sold before we take our tractor down to the shop. Been a little bit of fun getting down here because this stack of strawberries that we've got on here is really quite top heavy. So every corner I've had the possibility that I'm going to tip over. And you can see this is probably not the safest setup here. Probably also, I'm saying probably a lot, it's going to be worth getting a freezer truck for the back of here and just hooking that up on the back. 554 euros in total for that lot. Not very much, but still a nice amount. Just keeps things ticking over. So I'm going to take this back up to my farmyard now. We'll drop the truck off and then we're going to go and take our tractor down to the shop and switch ourselves into getting some rock picking done. Ready for doing some nice seeding. Maybe today, maybe next time. We'll see how long it takes us to rock pick our 2 fields. Now, as always down here at the shop, it's worth us seeing if there is anything in the sales that have cropped up today that are going to be worth us buying. Now, I've only got 1,900, but we can borrow more money if we need to. Let's have a look and see what's on sale. So we've got the Fiat, actually. 1,300 DT is on sale. That's actually quite good. And we also have a Maratona. What is that? Is that a... I think that is a power harrow. So that's a nice little price for that. But to be perfectly honest, neither of those are things we overly need right now. So let's have a look at the rock pickers, the stone pickers. We've got 52,000 for the Scorpio. 120 horsepower takes 5.5 meters. So this will get us the job done quicker. It can carry 2,000 litres, whereas this can carry 3,000 litres, but has a much smaller capacity or much smaller working width. I think to get this done quickly, we're going to use the Scorpio. So let's customise that. At least that is going to cost more money than we have. So we're going to have to go out here and go to the bank, and under here we should be able to borrow another 5,000. So we're 222,500 into debt at the moment. But we will get a little bit of money back for this. I don't know how much. Where have my stone pickers gone? There we go. We were in the right place. Let's lease this for 2,625. Yes, please. And one thing I do want to check, because I know it's true of Erlengrad, is that do we have a rock picker or a rock crusher on here? I think there is one somewhere. Debris crusher. So yeah, there we go. So we can take them down to here to get it done. Let's hook this up. We've got some fairly big rocks down at our farm. So it's going to be, I think we're going to have several trips up with this. The alternative is to hold on to them until we get a trailer, maybe, and do it that way. But at the moment, well, we'll see. We'll see how quickly this gets this job done. But we need to get this back up to the farm now and start getting the rocks off our fields. And back up at the farm, we are going to start with field 17 here. Let's open this up. And somebody said to me in the comments, I should have done the rock picking before we spread the lime because it's easier to see the rocks. To be honest, I'm going to rock pick the entire field. We have so many rocks all over the place here that it just makes sense to do the whole thing. And I was hoping it was going to actually change it so that we got to see brown behind it, but seems that that's not the case. I was expecting I was expecting something a little bit different. So we are picking some rocks off the edge here, but I'm gonna go around. We can see where we've been, of course, because of the tracks, and we can see some of the rocks, so that is all good. but not quite had the effect I was expecting it to have on here. But you can see where it's been and the change that it's made to the field. We're going to go round and do 2 headland bits down the side here in the same shape that we got them in the first place. We've got a rough idea of where we are. Yeah. And where we're picking up the rocks from this. And then we're going to do straight lines up and down the field after that. And just try and keep ourselves on a little bit more of a regular setup. So let's bring this round. Turning circle is not amazing on this. It really isn't. But we are at least able to get round and get this done. No GPS. I've got the GPS mod enabled on here now. But yeah, this is not a tractor that would have had it. If you get the sun behind you with this lime, you can see that it's actually fairly easy to see where the rocks are. They're appearing pretty nicely in the shadow. The other direction, though, they completely blend in when you're going, unless you get really, really low to the ground. If you can get it low to the ground, you can begin to see them again. But yeah, what you guys said in the comments, absolutely true. Much easier to see the rocks when you are you can see them there now, but even then they're covered a little bit in lime and they are difficult to see against the white of the lime. It's really interesting. There we go, we can see them a bit better there, but the moment you come up to about here, they just get lost in that lime, and it's amazing how well they're camouflaged. But as I said, we are doing the whole field. We're trying to get the lines done as best we can, and we've got 41% off here, so we should get a full tank off this, and we'll run that down to the rock crusher at the end of this field and see how much we make. 86% full, or 87% full now off this fairly small field. We should get this load filled fairly quickly now, I think. And then possibly another couple of loads off the bigger field. The bigger field is 2 to 3 times larger than this one. And we do know that cultivating brought up a lot of stones. So hopefully we're going to make a little bit of cash off this. They should also get rid of the weeds on this field, which would be quite good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the headlands first. We're going to go across because we've got a lot less space to turn around here. So unfold this. But yeah, 90% full off that field. Turn it on, drop it down. And we're just going to go around the extra field area we've got here. It's a little bit rough at the bottom end of this field, but we should still get a good amount off here, and it should work fairly well, I think. Yeah, somebody was asking in one of the previous videos, what is a headland? What is the headland? The headland is the bits at the end of the field. It's the areas where you would normally turn around when you're planting or harvesting or anything like that. Basically, it is the area that it tends to produce a slightly lower yield in real life because it gets a little bit more compacted during working, and you end up with just sort of this 2 to 3 width of your machines at the end here, as you can see we're doing now, where everything gets turned around on, and it's the last thing that you seed and the first thing that you harvest normally. Right, we are full, so let's take this down to the debris crusher and have a look and see how much 2,000 litres of this is worth. A full collector of stone on here is actually quite heavy. It's making the tractor itself a little bit front light, even with the weight that we've got on the front here, and the dual wheels on the back. I mean, even with that, it's still picking the tractor up a little bit. Now, where is this debris crusher? Is it around the back here somewhere? Yeah, there it is. Squeeze around here. There's not really any good path to this. That's all right. So we want to back this up. Try not to drive into the crop too much. Those potatoes, I think those are potatoes. Yeah, those. Ah, it could be that. I've been confusing potatoes and cotton. And it's partly because I can't tell from the ground setup. Let's empty that out. What is this? This is cotton. It is cotton. Right. And in 180 plus another 185 for 2,000 litres. Yeah, this is not going to pay for our destoner by any stretch today. The most we're going to get is maybe 500 euros for this. But, you know, that's not too bad. It could be worse. Finishing off the headlands and getting stuck into the field, we're up to 80% again on our stone picker. It's going to be, as I said before, I think we're going to get a lot of stones off here. We're going to be able to make a nice little amount of money. It's really interesting that the stone picker does not get rid of weeds. So although you're altering the ground state a bit, and certainly when you're going from ploughing with this over the top, it does give you a better seed bed. And if we look out over here and go and have a look at the ground state of our field, you can see it's turned the ploughed to cultivated, but it's not changing the state of the cultivated. Basically, the field is now counted as being fully cultivated, having run the stone picker over it. But in general, it doesn't really make much difference to the ground state other than picking the stones out of it, which kind of makes sense. This is not a weeder. You know, this is there to pick the stones up and push them towards the center. The weeds aren't going to be very affected by that because it's not really picking them up or changing the ground too much. It would be interesting to see the effect it has on ploughed land that has weeds on it. I'd be very, very intrigued to see if the weeds disappear from that. But you can see we're on our 4th row up this field, having done our headlands, and we're about to have another full picker. We may even get 2 more off here, but certainly that now needs emptying. And I think for expediency and the fact that we're not making a huge amount of money, I'm going to start making a pile of stones in my yard. There's not really a huge amount of point in going and tipping these for now. Make sure we're clear coming onto here and then bring us around to here. Right, best place to put these pile of stones that's going to be out of our way, I think, is going to be somewhere over the side of our barn, I think. Brilliant. Let's bring this over here. Bring this around here. And we're just going to tip them under this tree here. Perfect. That will create a nice little pile of stones. And then when we eventually get our front loader, we can go here and load them up into a trailer and sell them all at once, rather than wasting a lot of time going back and forth to the debris crusher for not a huge amount of money, and basically putting more time on this picker that is just going to end up costing us money. We're about halfway through the field at this point, and we've emptied emptied our stone picker again. So there was a point at about a third of the way through the field where I was kind of going, oh, I haven't had many stones. I'm wondering if we're really going to fill this again. And then suddenly, as we got about halfway, getting close to this halfway point, the stone picker filled up really quickly. And it's doing the same again here. Now that I've emptied it and come back into the field and refilling it again, we're immediately up to like 22%. So it's filling quite quickly off here. I think we're going to get a third full stone picker off here. Certainly seems to be the most likely outcome of this. And that means we're going to have about 6,000 litres of stone sitting at the farm. That's worth about 500 euros. But I'm not going to worry too much about getting that delivered at the moment. We can do that when we have a clean up of the farm a little bit later and sort that. It's not going to make a massive difference to us right now. We earn that kind of money from our greenhouse. I'm just trying to see if our greenhouse has produced anything today, because of course we put the lettuce there, and yes, we do have, I can see in the distance, a pallet of lettuce that's come out. So it is doing it slower. It's about a quarter of the speed of what we had with the strawberries, but we should have a couple of pallets, I think, of lettuce to go and sell at the end of today as well. Bring in a little bit of cash from that and see how that compares to the strawberries that we sold off at the beginning, which I think we made, it was about 500 euros we made off those. So we're looking to make a similar kind of amount off the lettuce, and we'll see how much that's worth after a day. But yeah, this job here is definitely going to take us the rest of today to get the rest of these stones off here, and we're already up to 40% full with quite a bit of field still to go. Sunset is one of my favorite times of day. The lighting is just utterly amazing. Just trying to keep this on track and not be distracted by that. With the sun going down there and the moon coming up there is just, yeah, what an absolutely amazing view. Look at that. This is gorgeous. Absolutely wonderful. And look at the light coming off the front of our tractor. We have got another full tank, in fact. You can see. So I'm going to drop this off down here and go and tip it. Yeah, I think that's our second full tank off here. No, third full tank off here of stones. So that's 6,000 litres. Yeah, a huge amount of stones. This was a really, really rocky field. We won't, as I said, we'll wait till we get a trailer so that we can properly transport this. And actually, it's saving us quite a bit of time with time that we don't massively have here. I don't want to take this to another day, this rock picker. So we're going to get this finished as it gets dark. But it's, yeah, it really is going into the night. I don't know how late into the night this is going to finish, but we have got another set of rocks. How much harder is it going to be to see where we're picking these rocks with this, now that the sun is pretty much gone and the moon is out? Maybe under the moonlight we'll be able to see a little bit better, but we'll see. Let's unfold this and get this last slither of field finished off, and see how many more rocks we end up getting off it. It's coming up to 8 PM in the evening. The moon is high in the sky, and we are on the last row here, finishing this off. We've got another 850 litres roughly, but that is really well done. We've got a nice empty field now. The job is all job. Let's get into high gear and we can get this down to the bottom and run a little bit faster. This tractor has been a cracking all-rounder so far in here. Has done us really, really well. The purchase has been brilliant, and lots of you in the comments last time going, no, don't replace the Vulture, keep the Vulture. It's a useful tractor, and yeah, I agree with that. It's running everything absolutely wonderfully so far. Everything we want to, even the plow that we had that it was underpowered for. It ran that like a dream as well. How many things of lettuce we got? We've got a single thing of lettuce down here. So what we're going to do is just back this up. Get this tipped out, and then we can return this. And it won't charge us overnight for it. So tip that up. And we can have a look. Yeah, look. This is our pile of stones. Look like flints a little bit. Get a lot of that in Norfolk. Right, and disconnect that. And we'll go and park our tractor up in the shed over here. I think I might put some gravel across the front of this shed. Rework this a little bit. We've got some concrete coming out a little bit further on this side, but towards the other side of the shed, I think we could possibly do with a bit of gravel placed here. So I think we might do that. Let's return this piece of kit over here. So into here, least, and select and return that. Yes. So that is now gone. And then we'll just pop over here at 8:15 in the evening and have a look at the state of our greenhouse. We've got 83 litres of lettuce in here. Yeah, the lettuce produces at a far slower rate. But we do have a pallet of lettuce here. So next morning, we should have a couple of pallets of lettuce to go and sell. We'll see how much those bring in. We're down at the shop today because we've got 2 jobs to do on our farm. We need to get a seed bed created, so we're going to get a roller and get that done. And then we actually need to get some seeds in the ground. It is early October, and yeah, we've got a little bit of a window to get some barley into our fields. So we're going to pop into the shop here, and we're going to grab a roller first. The Tallboy Power Roll 1230 HD. That will cost us... how much to release this? It's not very expensive. In fact, we are now running the version 1.2 update here, and you can see that we now have the costs of our hiring. So base cost is 820 euros per work day is 410, and per work hour is 861. So yeah, this is basically going to cost us 820 euros. So it's going to cost us the lease initially, actually 2,091, because we are leasing it for an hour and a day and have a base cost. So let's do that. Now, what does mean is that we're down to 606 euros overall. So we're going to need to possibly either sell some stuff or borrow some money to go forwards. Let's bring this back here and connect this up. There we go, and like so. And then we'll take these rollers up to our field and get that rolled, get a nice seed bed down, make sure that there are no other rocks kicking about, and hopefully we'll be in a good position. Shouldn't be any rocks though, because we have already done the rock picking that we needed to do. So should be all good. This will just give us a good bed on which to put our seeds in, and hopefully that's going to give us a little bit of a bump in the yield. So we're up at the top end of field 20, and we're just going to bring this in here. I think this might, I don't know if this is going to get rid of the lime or not, but we'll have a look, see how we do. Now, creating a seed bed, not something that is I think it does have an effect, if I remember correctly. There's a little bit of a more in-depth video I want to do with preparing fields and sort of giving you guys a full overview of this. Nope, that's unfolded. Lower it down. And that is basically just checking out what is the best way for us to do all this and to create a seed bed and everything, and the effect that that has, and the effect that that doing all of this groundwork has on your yield. Overall, it can make quite a bit of difference. There's a good 5% from mulching, which we haven't discussed before. So you can get 5% from that. You can get a good boost. I think it's something like a 15% boost from clearing the weeds, which of course is a job that we're going to want to do. And fertilizing and plowing and all of these things all give a good increase to your yields. So there's something I want to look into there. If you're interested in that, yeah, please absolutely let me know in the comments. Because that kind of, letting me know about the interest that you guys have in the kind of videos you'd like to see me have here on the channel is always useful. You can see the slightly different ground texture we've got here of the seed bed versus the destoned ground is a little bit better. Should do us really, really well for actually getting a good crop of barley in here for next year. And we're going to do barley because it was actually suggested in the comments. We're looking at having chickens on here and having the crop that we plant as feed for the chickens next year. Barley produces a slightly higher yield. So yeah, it's going to be a good thing to have the barley and get that slightly higher yield out of it too. One comment that came up on one of my videos recently was the suggestion that, in fact it was on the start from scratch video that I did on how to start from scratch. The question that came, or the point that came up was that the person who made the comment likes to borrow money up to the hilt and buy equipment rather than leasing it. Their argument was that leasing equipment loses you money. Just, money goes straight away. There's no way of getting it back. Whereas borrowing the money and purchasing the equipment means that you still have the equipment there and can return it and still get your money back. And I think that if you're going to be using a piece of equipment a lot, for example, on a daily basis throughout the year, yes, I agree with that completely. If you're going to use something a lot, you're going to find very quickly that the amount that the depreciation hits on the piece of equipment versus how much you spend leasing it is very quickly going to even out and eventually end up in a position where the what the heck? Where the leased equipment is going to be cost you more than the depreciation on the piece of equipment you've bought. Especially getting the loan out, because you've got that on top of it as well. We've got a whole bunch of stones down the bottom of the field here. I don't think we missed that, but and I don't think that will roll in. No. So for that instance, yes. I think if it's a piece of equipment that's going to be used a lot and on a regular basis, absolutely worth getting the extra money out for the loan and buying it. If it's a piece of equipment that is going to sit there most of the year unused, so for example, like this roller or like a combine harvester, something that you're going to use for maybe a day or two and then you're going to put it away for a long period, I recommend leasing it. You're going to spend a lot less leasing than you are actually on the depreciation. You lose somewhere between, I think it's a third to half the value of the piece of equipment the moment you buy it. And it's going to take you a while to spend that much on it leasing it. So, yeah, I think very much it depends on how long you're looking at using a piece of equipment for, and yeah, how much during that time you're actually going to be using it. And if it turns out that it's cheaper to lease it, go lease it. If it turns out you're going to be using it a lot, it's worth borrowing that cash and buying it, because in the long run you'll save the money. Now for most of the field I've kept the roller down. What I'm actually going to do here is now for most of the field I've kept the roller down. What I'm actually going to do here is go along this headland here and then pick the roller up at the end so that we can come back to this far end and then go up the side of the field and go and do the top end headland. Slightly more realistic to be doing the headlands this way, I think. And we're going to get everything covered and make a nice headland seed bed at the same time. It's worked really well on the on this field, these rollers, and you can see it's actually adjusting as we go over the bumpier bits of this field, especially that bottom bit. Look at how uneven the bottom bit of this field is. Right, let's pick this up, and then we're going to wait till there's no traffic. Yep, that's all good, because we have no lights on this. We'll just go along the edge of the road here, and then we can come into this bottom corner and just finish off here. Yeah, there we go. And bring it round. Oh, we have got 2CV coming up behind us. And it looks like my turn was a little too much. Fortunately, this corner is the least square corner we have on the field. So we can just back this up and bring ourselves in from this point here. So down you go. And around we go, and we want to get it to come around and into this corner, like so. Bring it back out, and then line up to the edge of the field. Make sure that we get as much seed bed as we possibly can, and it's pretty much an exact fit. I'm happy with that. And we're coming up to the top end of the field, right where we started, and creating a nice seed bed the whole way across. Perfect. Let's bring this up to this corner. Right. Lift it up. Roll it off the field quickly. And then we can fold it in as well. And then we can head down to the bottom and get the other field done as well. I want to put a single crop in across everything on this farm. We've not got a massive farm, and so as a result we end up in this position where we are better off with a single crop like this. Across the road, there we are. And we're going to be sort of making money throughout the year from A, our greenhouse, and B, our chickens eventually. This is a weird shaped field. I was hoping this was going to be our straight edge, but it's not. So the bottom end is, but I'm looking at going sort of across it like this. So we'll create a seed bed up here like so. And then we'll have to come in and do the extra bits afterwards. You can see the difference is over here. You go over, you can see this green that we're creating of a better seed bed to get all of our crops in. And this will just work out overall better for us in getting what we want and what we need from these fields. So let's bring this round. And yeah, we will go in at this point. Having a nice straight run would have been useful, but there's not much I can do about it. Looks like it's only going to be a single worth of width that we need to go back and sort. So we can do that. And then bring this down here. Bring it around. And you can see, yeah, this is going to make a difference. This is going to give us a much better start for the barley for next year. Much better than we have currently for our field. And should make a difference to us in what we get out of it. Coming up to this little kick out at the end of this field, and I think the width on this might actually reach. Yeah, it's going to, because we're going to go across the field from this corner. So I'll bring this around here, and then we'll just back it up into the corner to make sure the seed bed gets all the way to this end, like so. And then we can go over that bit we started on in the first place and just go and do the headland and actually finish off in a really good space on our field. Now creating, as I was saying before, creating this seed bed is going to make quite a bit of a difference, hopefully, to our yield. We should get a slightly better yield out of both of these fields as a result. We're going to put barley in both of them, so we're going to get cedar up next and make sure that that is all doing okay. We're probably going to get an older cedar and lease an older cedar. We're going to have to, I think, borrow a little bit of money to do that, unfortunately. But we should be able to return some of that in a bit. We're still getting stuff. We're still getting lettuce out of our greenhouse. So we'll have some of that to sell in the near future and even things up. And once we've got this in, the only thing we really have to worry about is getting rid of any weeds that crop up on our fields and getting them fertilized. I think it might be a good idea to do some solid fertilization on these fields. I don't know if we can put care wheels on this tractor, so that will be something else to discover when we get back down to the shop. Let's bring this over to here. We'll then lift it up and fold it up, and we can have a quick look at our greenhouse while that's folding in. Now, version 1.2 does make a change to the pallets. Our our lettuce pallets now are only 200 litres here. Now, if we pick this up, because we can still pick this up though, you can see that there is space for these pallets to expand and increase. So lots of people are having issues where they've got stacked pallets and they've updated and they've got that. That is because these pallets will actually increase over time, and you can get more in here, up to 1,000 litres. So we've got 5 levels of lettuce that's going to come onto here. And at the moment, you can see in our production cycle, we at the moment have 161 lettuce. Now it's 2 water to every lettuce versus 1 water to 2 strawberries and 1 water to 1 tomato. So it's the same production rate as before, and we can now see cycles per month as well. Is another update we've had by 2.1. Tomatoes and strawberries actually have the same number of cycles, whereas the lettuce it has a lot less, has about half the cycles. So very interesting. Looks like strawberries are going to be producing a lot quicker now than the other fruits in here. So we may have to turn the strawberries on and see how that does. Because if they're doing that many cycles and producing twice as much stuff, actually, I do want to turn the other ones on. We'll sell everything in here at the moment, and we'll just see how quickly. But I think strawberries are going to be the crop to do, because if it produces twice as much in the same time for half the ingredients, that's going to be a big change. Let's head back down to the shop, get rid of this roller, and see if we can get something to plant some barley. And back down the shop, we can return these rollers over here. We'll just pull them into the box. And we want to put the tractor in here as well, because I want to see if we can put some care tires on it. So here, let's return that. What I'd quite like to see is at the moment, you've not got anything for bringing this back to the shop and returning it here. I'd love to see the ability to return something here and get just a little bit of cash back, almost like a deposit, would be quite good. Give some incentive for bringing a piece of equipment back to the shop would be really nice. Our Ultra is in okay condition. Repair costs and everything is a little bit high at the moment. Now this, I think, does have some narrow tires. Yeah, so we can put narrow tires on this. Very, very doable. We could actually also get a little bit of traction if we put some twin wheels on it while we're seeding. But that is going to make things a little bit wide and also is going to cost us money we don't have at the moment. So we can get, we can avoid destroying our crops with this tractor when we are doing some fertilizing later on. So that is all good. As I said when I got this, this is a really good all-round tractor. Very, very pleased with this. Right, let's go over here to the shop. And in here now, we need to get a seeder. So our choices are base game stuff. We've got the Nordstein. But this comes with a built-in. This is the thing. All these low-price ones here, they all come with a built-in power harrow. And we don't need that. We've got a good seed base and everything set up very nicely. So that gives us kind of two options here. Now, the D840, that is a 4-meter seeder versus D830, which is 3 meter. I'd quite like to get the D840 to lease this. We don't have enough money. I think we're going to have to borrow 5,000 for that then. So we'll head into the bank and borrow 5,000. So we're up to 230,000 on our loan. That means we've only borrowed 30,000 to get our farm set up, which is really good. I'm quite happy with that. Into the seeders, and yeah. Now, this is a wheel setup is standard or wide. Doesn't cost anything extra to put the wides on it, but I'm going to not do that at the moment. Now, going to cost us 816. Yes, please. So we were only 200 short. That's slightly annoying. But we do have to buy some seeds. Now, the big bag seeds are cheaper. But we do not have anything that we can use to load them up. So we're going to, and keeping the realism, we're going to have to do a pallet of seeds. So that is, actually that's about as much, I think, as our seeder holds anyway. And now this is a problem we have at the moment. We don't have any front loader tools or any setup like that. How much does this seeder take? Let's have a quick look. It's under leased items. This takes 1,000 litres. So, yeah, it's going to leave us with 50 litres of seed. How far this is going to go for doing barley, I don't know. And I think as a result, we will probably do our smaller field first. And then if we need to, it might be a case that we have to get something to fill this up better. There we go. Fill that up. Get all of those bags in like so. That is all good. It's not got any external cover yet closing, so we'll do that. 1,000 litres, and we want the barley. Let's get this back up to our farm and see if we can get some in and see how far this goes, because that is going to be the important thing with these seeds. How many more pallets do we need, and how are we going to load them into our truck? At the moment, I'm keeping my eye out for a forklift or a forklift or a skid steer or something like that that we can use around our farm. Our tractor covers pretty much everything that we want to do. A forklift or skid steer is going to give us a good position as far as moving pallets and things around our yard. Downside to both of those is we could very easily end up with a situation where we can't get stuff back from the shop. And that's the bit I'm going to have to watch out for. Looks like we're going to be doing 2 headlands with this, which is fine. So the first one will have quite a bit of overlap, and the second one will have a lot less. We want to have a little bit of overlap here. Basically put the wheel of the seeder into the spot. And yeah. Oh. Yeah, it seems that missed a spot, which is a little bit annoying. I don't know why those 2 spots missed. Maybe. Ah, there we go. Can you see that? That still has stubble on it. So we missed those 2 spots with the plough. That's why those haven't seeded. Right. Bring this round. And in. Yeah, so that's not a case of me not going wide enough. That's a case of we missed a couple of bits with the plough, and so they can't do it. I'm guessing something similar might be the case with that end spot as well. And then I'm just going to bring our seeder down the side here. Be a little bit of double seeding on this headland, but that does tend to happen on the headlands a bit. I'm going to bring it off this bit here. Very nice seed bed that we're putting this barley into. So I'm very happy about that. And I did just double check that we were actually putting barley in here. And I'll go to the map in a moment and just check that again. But we need to, need to make sure it's the right crop going into here, because the last thing I want is to seed an entire field with the wrong thing. One of the nice things about FS22 is you can't seed the wrong crop if it's the wrong time of year. So let's just have a look. What do we got going into here? We have barley going into here. So that's good. Exactly what we want. And we only used 4% of the seed on this first bit of the field. So that's good news as well. We're about halfway through the field now, I think. And we've only used about 20% of the seed, so that is looking pretty good. Hoping I wasn't going to end up with too much space between the rows there, but we seem to be good. And yeah, I'm quite happy with that. It's going well. The seed bed is taking it very nicely, and we are looking at having plenty of seed left over from this field. Let's just back that up a little bit. We're also massively off. Yeah, there we go. Back it up, drop it down, and yeah, we're looking fairly good at the moment. We're sitting pretty. It's not going to cost us much more to get both these fields done. So I'm very happy with that. It's about 3:45 in the afternoon in game though, so we've still got quite a way to go before both these fields are seeded. It may be a case of we get this one seeded today and the other one seeded next game day. Not a huge problem. It will cost us a bit more to have this seed around a bit longer, but I don't think that's a huge issue. We've got a little bit of money kicking about at the moment thanks to the extra 5,000 we took, and we should have plenty of seeds. Our biggest problem is, do we go back to the shop with the truck or with the tractor to get more seeds? Because at some point we're going to need more seeds from that shop, and I'm just not convinced that taking our seeder is the way to go with that. This is a very bumpy bit of field. So yeah, we'll see how we do, and we'll see what the time is when we finish seeding this field. So we've reached the corner of the field and got all the headland done. There's about a width's worth available in this corner for our seeder, I think. So what we're going to do is we're now going to put our wheels along the edge here, get this headland done. Go back up this side when we come back the other way, and then head around and do the top side of this. It is coming up to 5 PM, and we do have more time, and the sun is setting. So what I'm going to do is get this field planted. We're going to hold on to the cedar for today, and we're going to go and do... well, we're going to go and see if we've got any pallets to sell, because this is the thing. We tend to be relying a little bit, daily income-wise, on having some pallets to sell. Has version 1.2 caused that to change? Is that going to be a bit of a problem for us? We're going to find out. We've got 400 litres, or we had 400 litres of lettuce. I'm now intrigued to see if we have more than that and see if we've got anything else on there. Can't really see the pallets from here. So we'll find out when we finish this field. It has gone in well. We are at 61% of our full cedar, and we know that one pallet can do about a cedar's worth. I'm not sure it's the cheapest option. I think the big bags might be the cheapest option, as I said at the time. There we go. Yep, that is fine. So we'll go around this headland here now, and that will give us a nice finishing touch to this, and then we've just got the headland around the top to do. But yeah, we need a good daily income to keep this farm going really well, and I think it's going to be tough to do without those pallets coming in on a daily basis. I do want to get the chickens, but it may be a springtime thing to do the chickens. We might have to accelerate through the winter and go from there. The alternative is that we get some more contracts done. If we can find some contracts to get done and do them over the winter, then that is going to give us a good income. Yeah, there are no other pallets there. I think we should remove those pallets and see what happens. Maybe sell those 400 litres of lettuce to clear things out. Or maybe it's run out of water. Now that is the other possibility. So we need to really deal with the greenhouses before we do any more seeding, especially as it is now 20 past 5. Oh, and some bumpy bits in this field. Let's see if we can't. Yeah, you see, that lifts it up too much. That's going to be a tough bit to get seeded, I think. But there we go. Right, what I'm going to do is just back onto that little bit there. See if we can cover over the seeds. But yeah, it's raised up a little bit by us placing our shed so close. So that is the problem with this. And it just raises things up along that edge a little bit. There we go. There we are. Right, turn that off. Back it up. And we've still got nearly 60% of our initial seeds left. So that is very good news. A second pallet is going to go away, but I think it might take a while. Yeah, there's nothing out there. What's going on in here? So production, we've got water. We've got 37 litres of tomatoes, 126 litres of strawberries, and 189 litres of lettuce. So, yeah, I'm going to remove these pallets from here and just put these in our truck so that they're out the way. But it looks like everything is kind of producing at a slower rate, maybe, than it was before. And I'll strap those down, and I think I'll go and deliver them after the end of this to the shop. But yeah, that's being a little bit funny. Still plenty of water in here, so I'm not worried about the water. It's just whether we actually are going to get crops out of here anytime soon. I think we'll see what happens overnight. But that is a pretty good setup for us for now. We have one field seeded. We've got the other one to do next time. and things are going well on the farm. It is October. It's the 3rd day of October, and we are going to be getting the seeding finished. We've got the rest of our barley to get done in field. Well, we need to get field 20 done. There's quite a bit of work to do on there. So we should be able to get that done today. I think what we're going to have to do is get this done and then head up to the shop, or get as much of this done as we can and then head up to the shop, because we've only got 500 litres in here, and we used we used the sort of 42% of that on field 17. So I reckon we're going to be using probably 2 to 3 bags on here. Start it up, drop it down, and away we go. So yeah, we want to try and get this field fully planted today. The other thing that's been coming up over on field 17, and I think we can check as well on field 20 here. So you can see now that we've just got weeds here, and then we've got needs rolling here. So yeah, we're gonna have to re-roll these fields as well. With the amount of rolling that we're doing, I'm thinking it might actually be worth buying a roller for the farm and getting that done with that to maximize our yield. We'll see how we go though, and we'll see where we are money wise. We've only got 4,000 euros available at the moment, and I don't really want to borrow much more money if I can avoid it. If we manage to get through to the end of this year without having to borrow any more cash, that would actually be a really good thing for us. So yeah, we're going to try and avoid that. We have got this D8 Super. This is a 4-meter seeder, I think, so it should get through this field fairly swiftly. Already seems to be doing fairly well. Not too taxing for this tractor either. This Wolfeurer easily has enough horsepower for this seeder. So yeah, it's a case of we want to get this in, get this done, and then we'll see where we are from there. I'm actually quite surprised. I was expecting this to take a lot more seed to get this far. We are about a third of the way through the field, and we still have 15% of our seed left, which is quite something. I wasn't expecting to be in this position and to end up with such a actually such an efficient seeding. But our Valma is doing great. We've got that's going to do some damage to it, but in general, things are going fairly well on this. I think we're only going to need 1 more pallet of seed to get this field finished off, which is quite something. I was not expecting that to be the case at all. But this seems to be working out much better for us than I had originally anticipated. So down to the last 7, 6, 5. Yeah, we're about to run out of seed. And there we go, we're out of seed. So how far across this field have we got? Quite a long way actually. We've finished the longer bit that we added up the top, and yeah, we are nearly halfway through this field. So going and getting just a single pallet of seeds from down at the shop should be enough to get this finished off, which is great news. I don't know actually if we have any pallets left over from before. So yeah, we'll head down there. We'll see if we've got anything left, and if we have, that's going to be great. Otherwise, we'll just get this refilled with a new pallet and get back to work on the field. Eventually, what I want to do on here is have a forklift and use big bags and things like that. But for now, we're going to have to use these single pallet bags, which is interesting because, yeah, we have 50 litres left over from last time. So we'll fill that up, move this out of the way, and then pop into the shop and grab ourselves another pallet. So we're going to have 100 litres left at this shop, actually. Still nothing useful in the sales. It's not great. Here we go. So pallets. 950 for 1,050 litres. So let's buy one of those. It's a pity you can't buy multiples of these pallets. That would be really useful. The big bad seeds, yeah, are ever so slightly cheaper. So there is, we could buy seeds cheaper if we had some way of loading them properly. So yeah, I think a forklift or a front loader attacher for this tractor is kind of going to be a must. Let's refill these and we can watch them go in. A nice full thing. And yeah, look, 4 bags left, 100 litres of seed down here. Can we pick that up? Now that it's lighter, will this pick up? Yes. So actually, we could get the truck down here and do that. That's one of the nice things is in FS22, weight matters. So you are able to come down, and if you've got a pallet of seeds that has only 100 litres on it, you can bring the truck down here, collect that, and put it in the back of the truck with no issue at all. And I like that. I like that that weight is now a thing and affects whether you can pick up pallets or not in FS22 by hand. Really cool. I know a few people aren't happy that some of the pallets, like the egg pallets, now can't be picked up because they've been made heavier. But to me, that just adds to the realism. The idea of picking up a pallet full of eggs and not smashing the lot, or even just being able to pick up a pallet full of eggs, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. So to me, that's a change for the better. Speaking of eggs, the next job we're going to need to do after we have got all of this barley planted is to get the chickens. We need to get them installed. We are going to have to buy some feed for them for the first year, but it should mean we eventually get a good payback from them. Let's line our seeder back up. We actually have our tyre tracks to line ourselves up with, which is good. Get ourselves back on the 270 angle. Turn it on. Down with our seeder, and away we go. So yeah, I want to get the chickens started soon. We are in October, we are in autumn. We should be able to get them started by the winter, and that is going to work out quite well for us. We still have lots of space for our farm, which is brilliant. And I still want to put up a bit of a fence. I want to sort of give us some boundary from the road. So there's that to do as well. We do need to earn a bit of money. I think there might be some contracts in our future if we're going to bring in some cash, rather than just borrowing stuff all the time and increasing our financial burden every month. I think it might be time to try and lighten it a bit. Considering the amount of time it takes to do anything on this field, I'm kind of thinking that field 20 is quite a big field for a start from scratch setup. 4 meter seeder, you know, not massively powerful tractor. I mean, 190 is fairly powerful. But as we go through this series, I'm more and more coming to the conclusion that this field would possibly be somewhere that would have been good for us to have divided up early on. And maybe made into 3 or 4 smaller fields for us to work on throughout the year, rather than this big hunking field that we've got in front of us at the moment. That takes a fair old whack of time to get through and to get seeded or rolled or ploughed or do anything on. Because I try and get through any field that I'm working in the same day and sort that out. And this field always seems to take pretty much the entire day to do. So it may be something we look at going into the second year on here, and post harvest next year, is seeing exactly what we can do to change that to make this field a little bit more manageable, because that has certainly been what's come out of it this year, is that field 20, while a good size, is a little bit less manageable for us, especially now that we've increased the size of it. Very much thinking that a long field along the bottom here might be a good way to go. A rectangular field up, including the extra bit that we generated at the top end, might be a good way to go. Yeah, there's lots of bits I think would do us quite nicely going into a second year on here, where we could just diversify a little bit across this field and make this field work a little bit better for us than it is so far. It's taken most of the day, but the main part of the field is just about done. We've got the headlands to go and do, and we should end up down this side here so that we can get rid of this this little bit of headland that's up here. Just keeping an eye and making sure that we are nice and straight for this last part. And then, yeah, we can come around and do the headland here. We want to get it about right. And then what I'm going to do, line myself up here, give myself a little bit of overlap, because we're gonna end up with overlap either way I do it. And then down we go, and away we go. And yeah, then we've got a little bit at the edge of the field. Unfortunately, this isn't wide enough to cover this whole area here for the whole headlands. So yeah, we need to go around and back and have a little bit of overlap, and it does mean that we're doing a little bit of double seeding, but it shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. And around straight up here, like so. It's looking good. I mean, we are in a really good position with this now. We've got both our fields with barley in them. We need to roll both fields again now. We need to get solid fertilizer on here. We need to get rid of any weeds that crop up, because we will have some. And I'm going to try and use a weeder this time rather than just spraying with the herbicide. Herbicide actually lowers your yield of your main crop as well. So there is an advantage to using the weeder in FS22 over using herbicide. So I want to give that a try and see if we can take that into account. We have got the rain starting to fall now. You may have heard that just start to drop, and then in it came. So yeah, we're just finishing off as the rain starts to fall, which is good. I mean, that's actually pretty good timing. Let's bring this here. But yeah, at 4 in the afternoon, I don't think we're going to get much more done today. I think I might take my truck down to the shop and just pick up that last 100 litres of seed that we've got down there. We may end up needing it looking at this. We're down to 95 litres. Is this going to be enough to finish these headlands? I don't know. There's a bit of field to go, so it might be a case that we have to head down to the shop in the pickup in a minute and grab just that last 100 litres of seed. Get this field finished yet. Rain is really coming down at the moment, and we still have 38 litres left. We may have enough in this seeder to finish off this field, which would be very good. I'd be quite happy with that, even if it does mean that we've got that 100 litres sitting down at the shop. We will go down there and quickly pick that up. But yeah, there we go, 29 litres. Oh, we missed a tiny bit, 28 litres. This corner of the field is actually quite bumpy. There we go. Yeah, that's got it. So turn off the seeder, bring it round here. I'm going to hold on to the seeder for a minute. We're going to go down to the shop, grab the seeds we've got down there. But the 28 litres, we kind of want to load that up with the 100 litres we've got elsewhere. So let's go and grab that. Still got no pallets. I'm amazed at this. What's happening with our production? And we do have tomatoes, lettuce, and strawberries all being produced. So, yeah, they are coming. They're just not produced any yet. We've got more than the bottom of a pallet's worth. So, interesting that nothing's spawned yet. Maybe that is, maybe that's to do with how things have updated. Right, we need to head down to the shop. So we'll take the truck and we'll go and grab those pallets. And with this rain, I think we need to get some lights on as well. Okay, down to the shop. There's our extra 100 litres of seeds. Do love how quickly we can get stuff up to the... or get stuff moved with this truck. It's quite useful to have. Something I didn't do a lot of in FS19 actually. Work with getting stuff transported with the truck. Did a bit with the Landy. And I'm looking forward to some Landy mods in FS22. But yeah, didn't do much with the basic in-game truck. Nearly 5:15. The lights have come on everywhere. It's getting dark. Where's the entrance to my farm? There it is. It'll be easier once I've got some fencing in, I think. Right, park that there. Refill that. Then empty it. Right, and then we can return this. So, into the least. And return the seeder. Thank you. Okay. And I'm hoping that we're still able to lift. Yeah, we can. So 128 litres, 195 kilograms we can lift. And we'll just go put this into the shed at the back here. Nicely out the way. We'll park up our truck. And I think with the winter drawing in, we're probably gonna want to get rid of the campsite and actually build a house, which we can do now. But for now, we need to get our tractor and everything put away, and then we're gonna be all done for the day. It really has taken a full day to get that field planted, which is quite something. But there we are, all done and dusted, and our tractor is back in the shed. Lights off, jump out, and there we go. It's a bit of a rainy sunset today, but we are all done. We have our first strawberries since version 1.2 was released. It's 500 litres, we cannot pick them up. So yeah, productions have definitely slowed down since the update. In here, how are we doing with everything else? Let's have a look. We have, yeah, so I think it must output at 400 litres. So, or was that 500 litres that outputs at? It's 500 litres. So I'm not expecting any more pallets for a while. It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be a fair while before we see any more pallets produced from this greenhouse, which is fine. We're just keeping an eye on things. We do have our barley has nicely grown now as well. You can see this is popping through, looking like a really nice field of this. This does need to be rolled though. So we're going to have to get a roller today, and hopefully we're not going to destroy any crop doing it, because it'll be an expensive mistake if it is. And yeah, we are in a position now, I think, where the chickens can be bought. So that is where we are going to start today. We're going to grab ourselves a chicken hut. That will be under here, under construction and animals. And if we look at chickens, it's 6,000 for a basic chicken pen, 26 for sheep, horses. Yeah, so we'll start with chickens. Now, a chicken pen we don't have enough money for, but I'm really just trying to see where we can fit it right now. And it's going to be one of those things, I think, where can we put it down the side? We need to leave enough space, yeah, to get at our stuff in the greenhouse and at our chickens. So it's not, yeah, it's not there, unfortunately. I think around the back here, though, we might be able to. Just sort of over this way. We need to make sure that wherever we put it, yeah, I'm thinking around the back here like this. So we are going to need more money to do that. Let's borrow some cash. Again, we've got a fairly sizable loan on here. We're going to borrow that for there. And again, back into the construction. Animals. Chickens. And that pen there. Now, this is not a very large pen. I mean, the really big pen is... It's a really big pen, but it's not that. We could actually probably do better going with this than with the other one, I think. But it is a sizable extra amount of money we'd have to borrow. I'm gonna start with the smaller one for now. So we'll put that down here. I'm gonna put it next to our farm. We need to get it a little bit away. Can we get it closer to the tree? No, we're overlapping with the tree. So there, I think. Perfect. And so we now have, around the other side of the tree here, a nice chicken pen. We're going to fill it with chickens that are ready to lay. So we'll go with these. And we're not going to need a rooster because we're not looking to actually we're not looking to actually increase the number of chickens. They're fairly inexpensive, as you can see. The most we can fit in is 30, and that is 1,650. Buy that. Yes. And that does us fairly well. Where are my chickens? We didn't have enough money, did we? Right. So we're going to have to take it down to 25. Yes. There we go. Now we're cooking. Right, so we have some chickens. What we need to do now is we're going to need to get some... feed for these chickens. We're also going to need to get some other bits and pieces. It's going to be down to the shop. And we're going to have to get a front loader on this, I think. And also then get our truck down there as well. And do that. So, yeah, going to need to borrow a bit more money today. The other thing is... we got to borrow a bit of money so that we can get a roller. What is going to be for sale in the shop, though, is going to be the interesting thing. So let's head down there, get both our vehicles down there, and then we can see on what today's offers are and whether any of them are actually any use to us. And so having got our tractor down to the shop, we now get our truck down here as well. And we'll just park this up because we need both things down here to load this up with the chicken feed. And we need a front loader on the tractor, unless there's something in the shop that will work for us better. So let's have a look at the sales first. And the simple answer is no. There's a mulcher, a front for a sugar beet harvester, sorry, and a Kelsa logging trailer. So we need to get a few bits and pieces here. We're going to need a front loader for our tractor, and it's going to be a larger one, so somewhere along the lines of a 6M. So that's going to be 9,000. We're going to need a front loader tool in the form of, well, we're going to go with the pallet forks. So, yeah, we're up to 11,000. And then we need some feed for our animals as well. What have we got in here? Yeah, there we go. Big bags, some wheat to feed the chickens. So we're going to need about 15,000. Plus, on top of that, we need to hire a roller again. And the cheapest roller we can hire is going to be I reckon we probably want to be borrowing about 20,000 to get today's work done. So let's head into here. And we want 20,000. So 2, 3, 4. Takes us up to 255,000 euros. Go back, and then we can get the bits that we need. It is the whole rolling thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Leasing that is going to cost, another 2,000. So, we're going to lease that. Then we are going to buy the 6M. Main color, I want to get the... I'm not sure what color our Vulture is, actually. I have a feeling it may be the Rabe Blue. So we're going to go with that and the Jet Black. And we will buy that. If it's slightly wrong, then we should be all right. Because we can change it. Front loader tools. We want the pallet forks. They're going to be the most useful thing to us. So we'll buy those. And then the last thing, as I said, is we need a big bag of chicken feed. So we'll buy one of those as well. So with all that done, we're fairly well set up. Yeah, I think it is the Rabe Blue we've got on the Valmet. So we're going to put the front down, drop that off so that we can then put it on the back for when we're loading up. And then on the way back, we've got to put it back on the front in order to take the rollers back with us. It's quite a complicated setup we're doing here at the moment. But at least we will get things moving. And as we move into late autumn, winter, that's going to make a difference. Oh, we don't have the front loader on here yet. Thankfully, we do still have about 5,000 left to us. So here and customize, and we want to add the quickie front loader attachment onto it. It's going to be 1.5 grand. Customize that. Yes, please. There we go. Weight back on the back. Start her up. Spin it round, and then we'll be able to get everything loaded up. We're in the lower gears. There we go. Into high. Forwards. And hook everything up. I think the 6 isn't big enough. We're going to have to... Oh, that is an expensive mistake. I was sure the 6 was going to be big enough, but it doesn't quite clear everything. So, yeah, we're going to have to sell that at a loss. Yes. Not that much of a loss, actually. I think it only cost us about 9,000. So we did lose a little bit on that front loader. But we've got to get the bigger one in order to actually have it work properly. Yeah, it cost us 9,500 and we sold it for 8,000. So that's not the end of the world. We want the 7M instead, though, which is going to cost us a little bit more. But at least we will then have a big enough front loader tool for this tractor. So I've hooked everything up. Let's bring our pallet fork. No, I was going to try and bring the pallet forks right together, but that hasn't worked. So what we're going to do is just put the pallet forks as wide as possible and then pick up our big bag like that. And this is the thing, the pallet forks are our most useful setup as far as this goes. And I'm hoping the big bag over the wheels of our truck isn't going to cause it a massive problem. There we go. One big bag in. We will lock it down. And then we just need to switch our weight to the front of the tractor and hook up our roller to get that back. So down, off, and we'll reconfigure it all to make it so that we can actually get this all back up to our farm. This is quite an operation this morning to get this working. But at least we will have everything set up for today once we do it. Yeah, it's only 20 to 10 in the morning. Truck is back at the farm, and now our tractor and roller are too. So let's just drop the roller off the back. It should be a fairly quick job, I think, to get both fields done. Hopefully we'll be able to clear it off today. Now, I'm going to spin this round here and get... Oh, we need to lower that weight first. Ah! Right, we need to lower the weight. So, lower it down. Like that. Now, can I get that front loader tool? Yes, I can. There we go. Wouldn't have dropped that off anyway, so for realism's sake, I'm saying that it never fell off in the first place. Let's back this up. Connect that on. And then I've put my truck round the back here so that we are nicely lined up to get the chickens fed. Let's bring this over here. Need to hop out quickly and undo. Nope, that one. That one's going to need undoing as well. There we go. And a bit onto the end of our fork. Lift it up. And we are looking great. Let's get them fed. There we go. I think I'm in the wrong... There we are. And they're taking a fair amount of this. Our bag has shrunk quite a bit. But they have... they're all good. So let's go put this back in the shed. And then we can get on with doing some rolling, which is going to be our next job today. Thankfully, they don't need any water, our chickens. They tend to be okay without it, so we'll just put that down there. And then I'm just going to drop the quickie loader and our bit off, because we don't need those for this next bit. And again, I want to lower down my weight, drop it off, and we'll plonk that back on the front so that we can get on with some rolling. I'm really pleased with that. That's not been too much of a financial burden on us at the moment. As always, this is a bit of a long game bit. We are spending money here to try and make money in the long term. It's not going to be something that immediately gives us cash back, but it will eventually, hopefully, make a difference. The roller, on the other hand, I'm hoping is going to financially benefit us fairly well. It is a couple of grand to increase the yield of these by I think it's 5%. This should increase the yield by, and at this growth stage we also have no issues with driving on the crop, thankfully. Otherwise that would be a problem. So let's bring this down. And I need to get this field rolled, hopefully, to make us a little bit better off. So if we have a look now on that little bit we've done. So this all needs rolling. This all needs rolling. I don't think this is having any effect. I think we had to roll it before it sprouted, because that is having absolutely no effect at all. That was a bit of a waste of money and very, very annoying. So we have learned a lesson though. If you want to increase your crop yield by that 5% when it needs rolling, you need to do it before the crop germinates. And before the crop starts growing, because if you do it after, it's just not gonna work. Wow. Okay, so with that bit of money wasted, let's head back down to the shop and go and get something that is actually going to be useful to us. So after that waste of money, what is going to actually save us some? Or at least make us a little bit more? The answer to that, I think, is going to be two-pronged. One, we need to get rid of some weeds. And two, we need to get some fertilizer on parts of our fields. So let's return that power roll. Such an expensive mistake. So we need a weeder, and we need something to spread fertilizer. And I'll show you the particular area of field that needs these to happen. Field 20 and field 17. We've got a lot of fertilized sections down the bottom ends and the extra bits of these fields, but the main parts of the original fields, both of them are in need of fertilizer. Neither of them as well. Well, actually, field 20 particularly has a whole load of weeds in it. So what we need to do, first up, we are going to get rid of all these weeds in field 20. Looks like they're early stage weeds, so we should be able to get them with just a weeder. And then we need to put some fertilizer on, which is probably what we're going to do next time. Let's get a weeder and see if that is going to solve things for us. Now, I have heard and I have been told that a medium stage set of weeds you need a hoe for. So here's the weeders. So there's only one hoe in here. What is that? And it doesn't actually tell me. Oh, here we go. Weeder, 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 hoe. So that is the only hoe in here. If you have medium stage weeds and you're not going to spray them with fertilizer, with herbicide, that is what you want, is to get rid of them with that. That is 51,000. I want something a bit cheaper. 41,000, that would do 15.2 meters, 12 meters. We can get this job done. We don't need to spend all this money. So that is 9 meters and that is 6 meters. I'm going to go with this one, the Einbach Pneumatic Star 900. You can put seeds in this as well, but we don't need to. So to lease this is going to cost us 918. Perfect. That keeps the price down. And then we can just go and hook ourselves up to this. And yeah, I'm annoyed about that rolling. I thought we might be able to do that with a first stage growth on our barley. Not to be, by the looks of things. And also not far enough back. There we go. So connect everything up. Pick this up. And we will head back to our farm and see if we can deal with this weed problem in field 20. So we're up at the top end of field 20 here. And we're going to bring this out. So this should work fairly quickly. It's a fairly wide weeder. And what I'm going to test is whether I actually need to turn it on to get it to work or whether I can just trail it. I think turning it on would use the seeding function. So we'll see if this actually does anything on this first row just by driving down it. It does seem to be putting out some of some dust and some particles. So let's see if this has made any difference on the small area we've done. And yeah, look at that. We are clearing weeds off. So something's gone right today. We are actually doing work on our farm and making a difference, which is absolutely brilliant. So away we go. Although I'm going to switch into medium and drop us down a gear. See if that helps. Yeah, that's a bit better. I don't know if this is something that will show in the final video or not, but after about 3 or 4 rows in, I'm beginning to get my eye in on where the weeds are in this field. There are slightly lighter patches throughout the field, and if you come closer you can see this item here. That's a weed, And it's just ever so slightly lighter than the barley around it, and you can kind of see the difference. So if I stand at the border here, you can see the field there versus the field there. There's it's much more little bits of light sort of plants in that, and it's allowing me to actually line things up and see where I've been, which is really good. I was worried that it was going to be one of those things where I couldn't do it by eye and would be absolutely wishing that I had the GPS, but no, I'm actually able to find my edge and run up and down the field and target these weeds really, really well. It's such a subtle thing, but it works so well. Now, in the past, I've been a big proponent of using herbicide on your fields instead of doing the weeding. But in FS22, actually, weeding becomes something that is more beneficial to you than using the herbicide. And that is because while both of them will remove weeds, which gives a 15% boost in yield, using the herbicide will also cause you to lose yield as well. I think it's a 5% reduction in yield for using herbicide on the crop. So in the end, you get a 10% boost from getting rid of the weeds, but you lose 5% of your... sorry, you get a 15% boost from getting rid of the weeds, but yeah, you lose that 5%, giving you an overall only 10% boost using the herbicide compared to the full 15% using the weeder. So as I'm trying to maximize everything on this field, we can't be using the herbicide on it, and hopefully weeding this now means that we're going to avoid getting weeds through our crop later. It remains to be seen whether that will be true on the bottom parts of the field, but hopefully this is going to work out for us for the best, and we'll be able to have some nice weed-free fields when it comes to the harvest. So we're coming up to the last row of this field, and looking pretty good. I'm very happy with this. We've got rid of all the weeds on the field, and yeah, this should give us a very nice boost here. It does remain to be seen what's going to happen on these headlands at the top and the bottom of this field, and the extra bits that we've got on field 17. They are all weed free at the moment, but I'm not sure if that's going to remain so as these fields grow. And as I said, I'm really hoping to not put herbicide on these fields, so we'll see what happens, but at the moment, yeah, we seem to be pretty weed free across the rest of the farm, which is great news. We do need to get some fertilizer on these fields, and we're probably going to be looking at hiring a fertilizer spreader and getting that on these fields next time, before these grow a lot and we can't get this tractor on here with these tires. It shouldn't be a huge problem, I think. We've got plenty of time. We've got 2 more days in November, but let's have a look at our field and see how we are doing. So yeah, there we go. Apart from a couple of patches at the ends where I've picked up a little bit early or put down a little bit early, we're looking really good. I'm really happy with that. It is, yeah, the next thing is the fertilizing. If we turn these off, 2 fields are great plowing wise. Little bit of lime places on them, but otherwise okay. Both of them completely need rolling, but there's nothing we can do about that, as we know now. Mulching we'll be doing soon, and we are completely stone free. Look at 19 and 18, both so full of stones. But yeah, our 2 fields here are all good, so I'm very happy with that. That is a great piece of progress today. We want to get this weeder returned, and after that we're pretty much done for the day, which means we're finishing at 4:30 for once. So let's drop our weeder down, drop it off, and the shop can come and collect that. Yep. Return that. Yes, please. There we go. And yeah, we are all good. We'll just check on our chickens. Do we have any eggs yet? Yes, we've got our first batch of eggs. 25 animals, food. Yeah, we've got 5 bits of eggs. So those are already producing some great eggs for us. Do we have any more fruit after another day's worth of stuff? Doesn't look like it. We're not quite there with the. I think overnight we might end up with another pallet of stuff, but certainly strawberries are the ones that are producing the fastest here. So that's pretty good. Oh, what's our water situation like before we finish? Yeah, water is good as well. So that's all good. Happy with that. So yeah, it looks like it's an early finish on the farm today. We need to get some fertilizer down. That's what's needed to do today. So that's why we come down to the shop. We are going to go and grab ourselves a spreader. Now, I had a look in the used vehicle sales, hoping that we might have something in here, but no, it's a nice big Fendt for 126,000. If we were starting, that would be amazing, but we're not, and so we're back over this way, and we need to get ourselves a fertilizer spreader. Now, there's several options here, but I think our best option, looking at the prices of all this, is going to be this Amazon. Now, this is a mod available on the mod hub. I think we can, yeah, we can't expand its size, but this will do, as well as doing the fertilizing we want to do now, this will also spread lime for when we need it. Now, we're going to have to borrow some money to get this. I want to buy this because it's going to be more useful to us to have this as a purchased item. They've got several different types, which I'm not sure what difference they make. So we'll leave that as standard. And yeah, we will put the cover on. That's going to cost us 22,450. So let's head back out. And in here, we want to get a little bit more money. We're fine there at the moment. We've not got a massive loan at the moment. We're going to have to go up to 26,000 with it, though. So let's come back here. Because we need to get, where did my spreaders go? There we go, fertilizer spreaders. We need to get quite a bit on here today. We're gonna have to get at least a pallet of fertilizer on here. So Michelin tires, standard, yes to the cover, because we might have to store this outside, and buy that. Yes, okay. Because we're going to have to put 2 levels of fertilizer on these fields. Hopefully we can do it without causing too much trouble. Otherwise, we're going to be creating some tram lines. We also need to get some fertilizer. So back into here. And because we haven't got... Yeah, we haven't got our front loader with us. So we're going to have to get a pallet. A little more realism. Here we go. Some solid fertilizer. 750 litres. I think this is fairly expensive. Let's have a look in here. Compared to... Yeah. Actually, it's not. It's not that much more expensive compared to the other options. In fact, it may even be the cheaper of the options. So, let's grab... We can grab a couple of pallets of this. So buy, yes, okay, yes, okay, right, there we go. And then we can get this all filled up. Now we can get care wheels on this tractor, of course. We can't get care wheels on this spreader. It is one downside to getting this. So we'll have to see what happens. At the moment, we're okay for our crops. We shouldn't have too much of an issue. Right, and refill. And that is taking those seed bags in. Those fertilizer bags in. Will it take a second? Yes, it will. There we go. All done. Let's come out and have a quick look at this. So, yeah, we're 24% full. I'm hoping that this is going to be enough to do these. And we shall see as we go. We're coming back up to the farm now. I put the entrance in a slightly awkward place. So we tend to go all the way round. And then in the other side. I put it where I did because it's a good place for us to access both of our fields from. But it is a little bit of a way round whenever we come back from the shop. Right, we're going to use this on here and see how far we go. Looking very nice and lush and green our crop is at the moment. Now that seems very small. I don't know how far this crop is or this fertilizer is going to go. It's not going down very quickly, thankfully. But we're going to have to keep an eye on this. It's also not quite so easy to see exactly where we've been compared to where we are. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that as well. But this does seem to be spreading fairly nicely, and yeah, it is not going down very fast, so this should work. Now, as the sun gets higher and the lighting improves, it is getting easier to see where we've been before. Pull this up and over, and when we get into the sunlight, you can see, I don't know if you can see it on here or on the video, but yeah, there's a line which is roughly where the edge of our spreader is at the moment. That's darker. In fact, it's not easy to see on here at all. There we go. But it is actually working, and we are getting a good spread on here. Also, I've got some markings that work well for me as tram lines as well. Give me a good indication of where I am and where I'm going. So, yeah, I've actually got the start of that in the wrong place. I'm going to be a little further over. Picking it out is oh wow. Picking it out is a lot of fun. Is trying to get it to work out exactly where you should be. All right, the edge is roughly where the edge of the field is actually, which is good. So yeah, we want to be about here going down, and again want to get ourselves at the 270 on our compass, and hopefully that is spreading well. Yep, and you can see we've not really missed much so far. We've got some extra stuff at the sides anyway, but yeah, we've even got a little bit of overlap at the moment, which I want to kind of try and avoid. If we can get this whole field done with just these pallets of fertilizer, that would be good, because yeah, at the moment it's we don't really have the money unless we go and borrow some more. This kind of job is when it's really useful to have GPS. It's so difficult for me to tell at the moment exactly where I am on the field and how well covered everything I've done so far is. There are a couple of patches. We've got good coverage for the most part. I have had to go back and redo one bit where I was just massively out. But in general, we've got a fairly good coverage over the field. Let's put that on. And then I can put it here. So you can see there's a couple of little patches I've missed in a couple of places and where I've had to go back round and sort stuff. In general, though, we've got pretty good coverage over this field. With this, it's just very hard to see on the ground exactly where we've been and where we haven't. I'm going to have to go round and do the headlands as well, because although I have been spreading on the headlands, when you switch it round, it does tend to not fully get all of those spaces. I'm looking forward to precision farming where this kind of thing turns on and off, and we get exactly the coverage we need, because yeah, at the moment it's actually It's not too bad. We've got a strip there, we've got a tiny patch there, and we've got a bit up that top corner. That is not a huge problem anywhere. And I think I now have a little bit on this side. But yeah, we can go up and get that strip and then get the rest of this. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. And with field 20 all done now, we turn our attention here to field 17. Now this, we've only got 8% of the fertilizer left. So I'm hoping we're going to have enough to get this field done. We're going to have to be a little bit more cautious with the overlap, I think. But we should be able to get it done. I'm going to go round and do the headland at this time. Give ourselves a better coverage at the start. And then once that's done, what I'll be able to do is go in and hopefully not have too much of an overlap on the actual field itself. Still really, really difficult to see where I've been and where I need to go. But we got a good coverage on the other field. The trouble is that this will end up causing us to have an overuse of fertilizer, which is something I very much want to avoid when I've got a limited amount of fertilizer available to me. And if I can get this field covered, then that's going to be a good use of the money. We're down to 6%. We're doing okay. Yeah, I could really do with this going as far as it can. I think I've just about got it. It is nerve-wracking and worrisome, but either this row or a very little bit on the next row should complete this. So let's bring that and have a look. Yeah, we've got a very little bit on the next row. Most of our field is looking pretty good. We've got no weeds anywhere, which again is great. But that's because we ploughed. Well, we ploughed all of this field, and we did and we weeded the other one, so that is all good. We've got a little bit of lime missing on a couple of these, but otherwise, yeah, I'm very happy with that. That has gone surprisingly well. Now, we are going to have a problem later on where we can't actually spread solid fertilizer with this because it is not got any care wheels available on it. But we do at least have our first stage of fertilizer done. We might have to hire a sprayer or something to do that next stage. There we go. I don't think we even own a plow or a cultivator, actually thinking about it. We might need to buy a cultivator and a weeder going into the next year. But that is all good. I want to disconnect this then. It's a fairly quick job to get done first today, but it was a job that we needed to do. The other job we need to do today is get our strawberries sold. We actually have a couple of pallets of strawberries ready. So let's drop off that. Doesn't lower things very far, that. And then we're going to put our front loader back on here and get these loaded into the back of our truck. Like that, there. Put that on. And lift it up. There we go. Right, so first one, I need a really close set of tines for, because we're going to come into this sideways. Oh, we have our first thing of tomatoes as well. That's fantastic. We're going to sell the strawberries first, though. If we can get under the pallet. And the reason why I'm coming at these sideways is because we've got to fit it between the wheels in our truck. bring this out here and we will put the tailgate down. Now these are going to be slightly heavier than the ones were before. Just want to get them on here slightly straighter if I can. There we go. Yeah, this is where things have got a little bit more interesting since the update. We now have the pallets needing to have the front loader to load them into the trailer or into the truck. Come on, off you come. Also getting stuck on my tines. Alright, let's try this again. This is the trouble with the narrow setup. This is where we might need to get one of those refrigeration trailers. Come straight onto that. We need to come straight onto the back of the truck. And hopefully get this between these wheels. Back there, like that. Right, okay. Now come out. There we go. Oh, back of the truck. No, we're good. Back it off. Now, can we push this on? Because we need to. Yes. So they've given the pallets. They're a little bit more solid now, which is great. Makes a massive difference to us. Right, then we open these up. And get this hopefully on the back. In. And we can take about 2 pallets at a time, which is why I'm trying to do the strawberries first. Any more than that and well, I've had it in the past where they have tipped over. Where we've almost lost the truck and then had just a horrible time trying to get the truck back on its wheels. So I'm going to keep it simple and yeah, that should fit in there. That should fit in there nicely. Look at that. Perfect. I'm happy with that. Now, is that going to close? That should close. We'll lock that down and lock that down. Oh, yeah, we can get one more on like so. Close that up. Brilliant. Where are we going to go and sell strawberries? Best place to sell strawberries right now is going to be at the farm shop. So, yeah, the same place as we end up so many other times. We'll head over to the farm shop and get these sold. But, yeah, not a huge amount to do on the farm today. Mainly just trying to get our fields ready for winter. And our chickens are doing fine. We've not got a lot of stuff on our chickens either. They're doing well. It's yeah, we've actually gotten nicely ahead, and there isn't a huge amount to do. We need to get some more fertilizer on our fields, of course, but that will probably come in the springtime. Until then, we may be able to get a couple of contracts and get that done. So it's going to be, yeah, a couple of contracting jobs and bits like that. Might even skip the winter because we don't have much to do on our farm over the winter at all. All of our fields are prepared and are seeded and everything. As I said, there might be a couple of contract jobs. If they're interesting ones, I think it's going to be worth doing. Otherwise, well, we're going to need to do a couple of contract jobs just to fend off the cost of the loan and any leased equipment. Strawberries not accepted. And we're also going to have to sell a couple of these. In we come, selling off the strawberries. And the strawberries should sell for more now because the pallets are much bigger than they were prior to the patch. And yeah, there we go. 2 pallets, 443. Not quite as much bigger as I thought it was going to be. I was expecting a little bit more than that. But that has got those sold. So we're looking well for there. What have we got in here? Yeah, we've just got the pallet of tomatoes. Here's the other thing. We're going to have to build a house here at some point. Let's get our tractor back in the shed. And yeah, need to work out what I'm going to be doing over the winter. Because at the moment, we don't have a huge amount of work to do. We've not got... I'm really surprised. We've got a water trailer. And we got a spreader now. We don't have anything else. I think we spent a lot of our money, initial money, on getting the land. This is, what condition is this in? Oh, we can see. Water, 3,600 litres, so we're fine for that. We have a full pallet of tomatoes. And our chickens. Our chickens are producing some eggs. We've got a while to go, but yeah, they're good. They've got feed as well, and we've got feed for them actually in the shed as well. So chickens are looking good, and we're all set. I think we might, over the winter, see if we can do a little bit more yard construction, because I like our yard here, but I think we can go a little bit further with this. Might have to, again, borrow some money to do that, because at the moment, we don't have any. And we don't have any quick sources of income at all. That's all there is to do on the farm today. So a bit of a short one. I will have a think, see what we're going to do. We might push forward a little bit and get towards some other stuff. We might see if we can get hold of a contract. We have an opportunity today to earn a huge amount of money, and I mean an absolutely huge amount. We've got everything done on our farm, so what we're looking to do at the moment is take on some contracts and see if we can earn a bit of extra cash that way. And I've actually discovered that we've got a few contracts that are going to be worth a lot of money to us. So if we have a look in here, you can see we've got a few cultivating contracts. We've got 11,000, a 6,000, a 1,062, a 3,023, and a 1,610. Now, the thing is, this one here on Field 42, this is quite a large cultivator. If we have a look in the shop here, that is this one. It's the Coraline 9840. Which is an 8.4 meters. Now that is midway between the Rosselmash one, which is in the really big contract, and these smaller ones, which this 6,000 pound contract uses these. So we are gonna go and grab that contract first. So we're going to do this, and we're going to get it with the items. It's going to cost us 418 to borrow the items. But considering the amount of money we're going to make off this, that is not a problem. So we'll borrow the items for that one. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take both these two contracts as well. So we will accept that one, and we will accept that one. And yeah, look, this is a much smaller cultivator we've got here. So now that we've got these contracts, let's back out of here. And so yeah, this is the tractor we're going to be using today, which is the very impressive, very nice 8RX. It's the 310 version, so lots of horsepower on this. Let's jump in it, start it up, and I do like this tractor a lot. There we go. So yeah, we are set to make 20,000 odd off today, and that should be really useful. I'm not quite close enough. We just need to really get a bit more money so that we can sort our farm out, add ourselves a little bit of extra. Well, we don't need extra land. What we do need is probably to replace our campsite with an actual building. and get ourselves set up quite nicely. We're going to go and do the big field we've got first. So let's get the beacons on this, which are tiny little things on the top of the tractor. And we're going to head down to the first field we've got, which I believe is field 36. Now, field 36 is down this road, and 37 is to our immediate right at the moment, but 36 is across the road and over there. So we want to get that done. We're going to leave 42 to last, because 42 is the one that this equipment is for, crazily. And so we should be in a position where we can get all of the rest of the cultivating contracts done, make a load of money, and then return this piece of kit. And 36 is just the other side here. In fact, this is it here. Now, we don't have any GPS on here. I'm not even sure I've turned GPS on this save game, unfortunately. That would have been quite useful on here, but we should be all right. Fairly straight field, fairly straight layout. Pretty huge, but we are only 4 meters shorter than what we'd have had with the Rostel mash on this. So it'll all be fine, and we will get this cultivated in and make some cash from it. But yeah, this is the way for us to go at the moment. We need to do some cultivating. Well, we need to do some contracting, earn some extra cash. And in doing so, we should give our farm a really nice boost. This is kind of the perfect setup for contracting, where we've got a larger piece of equipment available for a smaller contract that we can then come in and just use on every contract of that type on a given day is perfect. I mean, this is saving us a huge amount on this contract alone. We're going to make about an extra 800-900 euros just because we've been able to use this piece of kit on this contract. So I think that's probably a really good tip for when you're looking to do stuff, especially in Start From Scratch, where you'll be doing more contracting. Look for those contracts where you can take advantage of it, not just in the contract that you're looking to do, but also on a whole bunch of contracts, and just go through, keep that piece of equipment, and yeah, make yourself some extra cash, because this is going to make us a load of extra cash. We are quids in with this, and I couldn't be happier. I've just noticed for the first part of this video, there's no game audio, so apologies for that. But that should be rectified now. And yeah, you can come in and hear the wonderful throaty sound of this John Deere. I like this tractor. I like this tractor a lot. I liked it when we had mods of it in FS 19. I love the official version that we now have in FS 22. It is just a nice tractor. I'm not a huge fan of John Deere stuff, but yeah, this 8RX is a very nice looking, very nice working tractor in game. And yeah, it's one of those things where eventually I would like to get a farm to a point where I can have one of these in game. Maybe if I'm lucky, what I'll be able to do is get one on the cheap from the shop and just have it be yeah, a nice second-hand one that will allow us to get it and not have to spend a huge amount of money getting hold of it. But yeah, I like this a lot. It's a very sleek looking, very nice looking new design, and goes very well with this Lemkin. This Lemkin cultivator, again, doing the job really nicely. And actually, I don't think it's very deep because it's not pulling up many stones at all on this field. So that's actually really good as well. About halfway through the field and about halfway through the contract. it is moving very, very nicely. We've got missed a couple of patches, but that shouldn't be a huge problem. And yeah, it's going smoothly. It's just, I can't praise this tractor enough at the moment. I am absolutely loving it. This is one of the most mellow times that I have in Farm Sim. Just going up and down, doing some field work and having it work nice and smoothly is just really, really nice. And yeah, it works. It's a good setup, this. And I'm amazed that this was the cheapest contract setup. That's the thing. We're using the cheap contract setup today, and the cheapest contract setup is an 8-meter cultivator with a John Deere 8RX. That is a little bit crazy, but it's going to help us to earn a fair amount of money today. And be a pretty good setup to work with. We've only 5% of the contract left, and the rain is now lashing down here on Haut-Beyleron. But the tractor is still going, and we've got the lights on because it's so dark. The storm clouds are rolled in, and the light has just disappeared. And yeah, so we've got the lights on. I'm trying to figure out where our next best idea to go for is. And I think originally I had considered going over to Field 47. Finishing this contract, picking up the contract for Field 47 and heading over there. But to be honest, I think we're probably better off heading up to Field 6. Getting our 6,000 euro contracts done over there before the end of the day, because we have spent most of the day doing this contract. We're now 98% of the way through it, so it won't be long before we finish this now. But it is 3 in the afternoon in November, which means the sun is going to start setting in the not too distant future, and we want to try and get at least one more contract out of this today. And maybe we'll get Field 42 as well, but Field 42 is small, and yeah, as I said before, is the least best contract, or the least well-paying contract of all of the cultivating contracts that are currently available. Hence the reason why we got it for this equipment, because it's also the cheapest one to grab equipment-wise on here. I do want to just check that, because I had a theory and had a thought that, yeah, 1,191 and 634 on the other two contracts. So yeah, this equipment, which is the largest equipment that we have from the contracts, this is, or not quite the largest. The Rostel Mash for Field 36 would have been bigger, but it was definitely the cheapest setup. Yeah, is actually bigger equipment than either of those other two contracts is offering us to use, which again shows that you really need to keep an eye on what equipment comes with which contracts, and try and mix and match and use stuff as well as possible across multiple contracts, which I love is now a strategy in Farm Sim. You had to use a mod to do it in FS19 and FS22. Actually, a base game strategy to keep an eye on what equipment is available with what contract. Let's line this up for this row. We must be coming up to the end. The rain has ended now, which is quite good. But where are we on this contract? It is completed. Right, we don't need to do any more of this. She is happy with our progress. So let's fold up our cultivator and get ourselves towards the road. And then we can just park off to the side and get this contract completed and get 11,377 into our bank account. Perfect. Right. We can now pick up another contract. I want to pick up field 43s for 3,000, but we're going to go and do field 6 now and get that done. Our bank balance is looking healthier already. Back across the river and under the viaduct, and we find field 6 just over here. Now, I think our best bet looking at this field is going to be actually to start at the edge along the far side. So we'll take the tractor over there. That does seem to be our longest edge. So this is a former cotton field. And again, it's a fairly large field, but we should still be able to knock it out fairly quickly. Bring it up here. Like so. Unfold our cultivator. And away we go. We'll get this field done and dusted and hopefully cleared up before the end of today and make about 18,000 overall today, which would be absolutely fantastic. We do have the other contracts to possibly clear up, so I don't know. I might get that done next time, or we might switch over to something else. Let me know in the comments what you think we should do. Should we clear up the rest of the cultivating contracts we've got here? Or do you think we should move on and take on something else in the next video? Can't get over how spectacular the lighting looks in this game sometimes. It is just unbelievably beautiful. I mean, bring this round here and get that full range of the sky. It's just absolutely incredible. And the more lighting we add to the tractor, the more it sort of, lights up and becomes this huge, great beacon in the middle of the field. Oh, please be no train. And just looks even more spectacular. Just looks even more amazing. I love it. I love that sky. The skies in FS22 are just utterly gorgeous. Absolutely incredible. It's just a real joy to play. I had thought by this point I'd be a lot further through this contract. It is, well, it's only 10 to 6 in the evening in game, but looking at the progress, we're only 40% of the way through. And I'm guessing it's because there's quite a bit of extra sort of odd shape to the next part of the field. So yeah, it's normally quite often, and I know that that this isn't always the case, but I find a fairly good rule of thumb is that the numbers, the position of the numbers on the field are normally roughly halfway through the field. We are coming up to where the number 6 is for this field. We're probably just to the right of it. And yeah, we're 42%, so it seems to be a little bit low for where I'd expect to be progress-wise on this field. But it's not too far off. I don't think we're going to have a problem completing it. I do think that it's just going to be that we're going to have to do a larger amount of the field than I was expecting in order to get this contract completed. Still, will earn us an extra bit of cash when we do. As always with Farm Sim, the trade-off today has been money versus time. We could have got that first field done quicker had we used the Russell Mash that came with that contract. And actually that would have allowed us to got this one done quicker as well, although the piece of equipment that came with this contract would not have. We'd actually taken longer, interestingly. But yeah, if we'd used the Russell Mash for everything, we would have got through everything much quicker. But it would have cost us another 700-800 euros to get that done, which, as we're doing a start from scratch, we are trying to get as much money out of everything as we can. Would that trade-off have worked because we'd have got through more contracts? Maybe that is the point, is that yeah, while we would have doing all of these contracts, we would save 800 euros by using this tractor and this setup. In actual fact, we'd have probably got more contracts done today there, and therefore actually brought more money in and evened that all out. So yeah, there's something to be said for the time versus money thing, and maybe not going for the bit that is the least expensive. It might end up saving you both time and earning you more money. It is a case of putting in the time. Oh, we're a little bit out of line here. We have almost completed this contract. I think we're at like 95% at the moment. Just get this extra row. There we go. Help us finish this a bit quicker. Let's see. Where are we? Yeah, we are 99% of the way through this contract. In fact, there we go. Contract is completed. So let's fold this up and get this off the field. And that's pretty good. That's 2 contracts completed today. How much are we going to make in total? Let's find out. Collect that. And yeah, another 6,231 means that, yeah, we're up to 18,000 today, which is pretty cool. We do have 2 outstanding cultivating contracts and 1 remaining. We will accept that. Depending on what you guys say, we can always cancel these next time. What I would say is that there are, sitting here, 4 harvesting contracts, including this fairly big beet harvesting contract to the grain elevator near us. So that might be something to consider. We have moved across into December here on Haut-Beyleron, and I have gone through and I've actually completed the other cultivating contracts we had. So we're ready to return our John Deere tractor now. So let's pop into here and into our contracts, and yeah, we got 2 there. There's 1 more we could take, but to be honest, we've got far more lucrative contracts that we can take today. So we're going to collect on field 43, and then field 41, 42, which is the one we hired the tractor for. So that only made 643, but that's fine. And that is all good. Our tractor is gone, and we're back down at the shop here. So, we're into December. There is still nothing for us to do on our farm. So, let's have a look here and see what we've got in the contracts. And today, it's very much looking like a ploughing contract is going to be what we want to do. So, same thing as we did last time. We want to look for a low-paying contract to borrow the tractor off. This T7 here, this T7 HD with this plow for 410. A lot of these ploughing contracts use a similar setup to this, and it looks like 3,600 is the lowest contract that uses this. So we'll borrow the items for this, and then we're going to take on each of these contracts one at a time. So the highest paying contract is this one, uses the same plow, different tractor, but that's fine. And yeah, we can take on this, earn 10,000 for this, and look how much we've saved with this. So we will. Now I just want to double check something. I have borrowed the items. I had a horrible feeling for a moment, so we're just going to accept the contract on this one, and then head out with this and get this done. So yeah, we have a gorgeous New Holland T7 275 for this job. It's probably a little less powerful than maybe some of the T7s on the others, but it is enough. Now, we should be able to get GPS on this, and I don't know if maybe I don't have GPS enabled on this game save. I thought I did. Let's just pop in here and take a look at a tractor. Yeah, I don't have GPS enabled on this save. So I must remember to do that before we go forwards, because that is going to make a big difference to doing things like contracts in future. Today, we will continue without it, ploughing with this. It shouldn't be too difficult. So let's grab this and hook this up. Now, our greenhouse has been producing some equipment, or been producing some fruit, which is good. We're building up some stuff with that. We don't really have much with the chickens at the moment, but they are doing okay. What are our two fields? 14 and 22. The one we want to do is 22. That is right up the top, not far from our farm. So we'll spin this round and we're gonna take this tractor and head up there. Interesting thing in the middle of this wheel. Wow. This is the first time I've been in this T7. Putting that information block in the middle of that wheel is very, very strange. I've never seen that in a tractor before. Yeah, it's the first time, as I said, first time I've had a T7 HD since FS22's launch. And first time I've ever come across that. That is a little bit weird to me. Don't know if it's an option in the shop. I just want to have a quick look at that. So that's the T8, which means the T7 must be in the medium tractor section. Yeah, T7 HD. No, it is. It is something that is just on there. That's really interesting. And very, very odd. But we are going to get this field plowed now, so we'll get ourselves lined up on the edge like so. Plonk it on here. Down we go. And we've got a nice big plow on the back of here, so hopefully this is something that is not going to take us too long to get done, and should be a fairly nice and easy 10 grand in our pockets. We're making more money from 2 days of contract so far than I think we've made all year on our farm. One question you might have with how I'm approaching these ploughing contracts today is, why have I only selected 2 contracts? The one where I'm getting the equipment from and the one that I'm doing first. And this is mainly because these are ploughing contracts. They take time, they are worth a lot of money, but yeah, they are time consuming, and so it's likely with this being a 10,000 euro contract that it may be that we can't get another one done today. So I want to try and work out, with the amount of time we've got and the amount of effort this takes, exactly how much we're going to be able to get done today. If we get a single 10,000 euro contract done today, that would be great. You know, that in itself is good. But if we can get more than one done, that would be even better. And this is the thing. I want to get us to a stage now where we can get a few contracts done. We can earn some extra money here going into December. But we are in December, so it's a case of really looking to be able to skip forward a little bit, and we need a little bit of money in the bank in order to do that. We're going to have some costs associated with doing that. It's going to cost us a little bit in loan payments. It's going to cost us a little bit in upkeep of the farm, and we want to make sure we're good. What we'll probably be doing next video is picking up and making sure that we have all of our fruits and everything sold over the winter. So we know we've got 3 pallets of fruit. We can't pick them up, so we're going to have to front load them into our truck, and they're going to weigh our truck down a fair amount as well. So it might be a couple of journeys, or if we're lucky, sitting in the shop, on sale will be something we can use, which is not the case. Yeah, there's not really anything there for us to use, so I would like to get the trailer that would allow us to transport them, but we don't really have the cash to do that at the moment. I don't think... How much is that car trailer? So it's under miscellaneous. Oh, it's 12,000. We actually do. So we might buy one of those, having completed these contracts, so that we can easily load up our fruits and get them transported. And in fact, transport more at once, because it would make more sense to do that. So I'm going to give it a chance to maybe turn up in the shop in a sale. That would be really helpful to us. But I think next time we are going to have to, before we return from the shop with our truck, pick that up and get using that, because it's going to be a much more efficient way for us to do our to transport our fruits, to get them sold, and makes a lot of sense doing it that way as well. This tractor is cutting through this field, well, with this plow really nicely. I'm trying to keep my, well, the plow or the furrow side tire in that first furrow. It's helping to keep a nice straight cut on this. And yeah, it's working through the field pretty nicely. I do love this animation of the turf turning over. It's a little bit difficult to see in this shadow. Let's see if I can... Yeah, I think we need to demonstrate it a little bit when we turn the other direction and don't have the whole thing in shadow on in the shadow of the tractor. But it is such a nice animation. It looks really, really cool. And the whole ploughing experience in FS22 is improved. In fact, I'd go as far as saying that I really love the whole field preparation side of FS22. There's so much more balance to it. The choices you make when you're preparing your fields, whether that is ploughing or cultivating or power harrowing or subsoiling, all of them have a different effect on the field further down. So, for example, as we discussed in this series before, ploughing prevents weed growth. So, if you plough your fields rather than cultivate them, you end up with no weeds in your crops. However, what you do get is what we're seeing at the moment, which is a lot of large stones up. So, your trade-off for getting no weeds is that you have to do stone collection. And there's lots of little bits and pieces like that. Lots of choices that you make really kind of sets up your farm and says, right, okay, if I'm not going to have any weeds, I don't need a weeder on the farm, and I don't need a sprayer on the farm maybe. But I am going to need a rock picker, because every time I plough my field, I'm going to have to go across my field and pick up all the rocks on it. And it's just a really good setup to have you make choices, and there's a whole time versus effort aspect to it. Ploughing is more time consuming, but again, you don't have to deal with the weeds later on. But you can make some money from the rocks on it. And it's all that kind of thing. If you're gonna be doing a lot of liming, maybe ploughing's a good idea then, because you can get a production facility that creates lime from rocks, and you're then in a position where you're not spending any money on lime. It's a lot of choices, and there's no right way to go about it. The only thing I would say is, if you can avoid spraying herbicides to get rid of weeds, avoid spraying herbicide to get rid of weeds. You lose so much yield potential doing it that way. It's just past midday, and I don't think we're more than about 20-25% through this field. No, in fact, we've not even reached 20% of the way through this field yet. This is why I only picked up this contract along with the one to get the equipment on, because this is one of those contracts that is going to take all day. And this is the thing about ploughing. Ploughing is great and it's nice and relaxing, and I really love it, but it is time consuming. It is so time consuming, and a really relaxing thing to do. That's why I love it. But it's to do a 10,000 euro contract is going to take all day to do, because of that. And I don't have a problem with that. you know, 10,000 euros is still a huge amount of money. I'm wondering if there's a way of doing multiple smaller contracts that make more money. I don't think they do. I think you end up spending more time, because it doesn't quite work out that way. And doing the one big contract just brings in a heckload more money. But it's a good way to earn the money, and when you've got a farm like we have, where we're doing start from scratch, contracts are always going to be a big part of that. You can't raise money and get extra cash on your farm to establish it without either borrowing, which we've done a fair amount of, or doing contracts. And then the moment you get spare time is the moment you start rattling through the contracts and getting as much money in from them as possible, because that is the only way to keep your farm going and to expand it. And when your farm's small and you don't have a lot to do on it, you might as well earn the extra money elsewhere. An hour later, and we've added about another 5 to 6%. Yeah, we're now 25% of the way through this. Oh, I love this. It is time consuming, but it is so relaxing. And if you get your angle and your line and everything right, it is so satisfying to get these nice straight ploughing furrows in. But yeah, it has gone 1 in the afternoon here in game, and we are only 25% of the way through this field. There's quite a way to go yet. I have a theory on how we can speed things up here. We have a lot of ploughing contracts available to us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hire a worker. We will send this hired worker off doing this field here, and hopefully it's not going to cost us too much. Meanwhile, I'm going to head back into the ploughing contracts here, and we're going to find the next cheapest ploughing contract that gives us the same equipment that we've got now. I think we're looking probably at this one here, 633 euros, and yeah. So we're gonna borrow the items for field 21 as well. Head down to the shop here, and oh wow, we have got a very beautiful black Deutz Fahr now. But what we can do is start the field from the other end and hook it all up and get the field done twice as fast as a result, for not a huge amount of extra cost. Also means that we can get more ploughing contracts done at the same time. So let's get actually straight onto this plough. There we go. And that should mean that we get a nice... Oh, I don't think we've hooked up the cables. Is that all hooked up? Yeah, that's all hooked up. So let's fold this up, and we can get this up to the field now as well. I really like that it's got this, that we've got the black version of this. That's so nice. Oh, that has not, though, folded up my plough transport. Let's actually do that properly and get this tractor up to the field as well. So this is going to cut into our profits a little bit. We aren't going to make quite so much off this contract as we were originally looking to make. But what we will be doing is getting this contract done twice as fast. Now I need to make sure that I am ploughing this in the same direction, which means I've actually got to go and start up the top here somewhere. And what I'll do is I'll bring this in and we'll start about here-ish, doing the same direction as the other tractor's going. Like so. Down we go, and away we go. Trying to keep it as straight as we possibly can. And yeah, that way we can get 2 tractors going on this job and get it done in half the time. Meaning we should get this easily completed today now. And the other thing is, if we wanted to, we could just cancel the other 2 contracts. Not going to make the farmers overly happy doing that. You know, using their equipment on something else and then cancelling the contract we've got with them. But we can just go and blast those 2 contracts out as well, actually. And it would take us no time to get it done. But 2 tractors on here is going to make this so much faster. Now we've got 2 tractors on this, we have sped things up to considerably. We are up to 50% of the way through this contract. Much better way to do this. We're not spending a massive amount. I'm going to be really intrigued to see what at the end of today is our hired worker cost. I don't think it's going to be that massive, especially in the grand scheme of getting a €10,000 contract completed. And it's just going to double the speed at which we can get through contracts like this, which is absolutely brilliant. I'm loving this. This works well. I think contracting, actually, on Start From Scratch, if you're not looking necessarily to start your own farm straight up for the first year, contracting, really great way to get yourself a decent amount of money early on, especially using the contract equipment in this way. It's making a big difference to how we're getting through this field, as I said. And we're doubling the speed at which we're doing it. Well, not quite doubling it, because I'm turning around faster than the hired worker is. Although I am missing a little bit, which I want to avoid doing. So we'll just reverse this up. Yeah, so I'm able to turn around a little bit faster than the hired worker is. But I tend to leave gaps every so often that I have to correct like this. So it probably evens out a little bit. Having GPS on here, GPS is one of those things which I'm going to go away straight after recording this and go and add into this save, because yeah, it would make this job so much easier if I had GPS running on this tractor compared to how it is at the moment. Having to eyeball it all and keep an eye on the compass all the time and everything can be a little bit detailed. So there we go. An hour's worth of wage payment is 119. So it might cost us maybe €1,000 to get this field done with a hired worker. That's not great. I mean, it's going to reduce the overall profit we make on this to €9,000, but we are still going to get it completed fairly quickly, which is brilliant. You know, that means we get it done in a day rather than 2, and it comes back to this whole thing of time versus money. You spend more money, then you're going to get it done quicker. You take a little more time, and you are going to get it done it's slower, but you're going to make more money doing it. And yeah, Farm Sim very much is about managing those 2 things and making sure that they are kept in balance as much as possible. 5 p.m. The sun is setting and the snow has started to fall here on Haut-Beyleron. We've got our 2 tractors still going though, and going strong, and should definitely get this contract finished today, which is brilliant. I will need to go and do another contract with these, I think, just to make sure that we cover our expenses and make sure that we make our money back for this. Whatever contract we do is going to be quicker because obviously we've got 2 tractors to work on it. There is a €9,000 contract, which I would expect to take the same amount of time. So we might have a look at that. But all in all, it's not been too bad. We are we are ploughing in the snow and ploughing ahead as a result. And where are we? We are at 78%. So yeah, it is definitely much quicker doing it this way. And our 2 tractors are working well in tandem. I'd love to do them on the same row, a little bit like one of the pictures I'm considering for the thumbnail. We've got the 2 tractors working very closely together. I would love it if we could get them working like that across this field. But I did try it a couple of times, and the hired worker just throws an absolute fit if you're working on the next row it wants to work on. So I have to do it with this gap like this, and it's not massively realistic because I think it would create a problem when the gap eventually got closed. But yeah, it's working for us on here with the hired worker and keeping everything flowing. So yeah, won't be long now until we get this finished, and it'll be interesting to see if we get settled snow on this newly ploughed ground. I think the New Holland is on its final row there. We are about 97-98% of the way through this. The snowstorm, the clouds are just making it so dark. You can see the sunset behind us, and I love the view of that tractor heading over the top of the hill there in the snow. It's just the most incredible view. But yeah, we are really close to completing this now. Down we go. I'm fully expecting that New Holland to be finished when it reaches the end there. There we go. That AI worker has finished his task. 99%. So yeah, this row should finish it off. I'm convinced. I've seen a lot of people complaining about the cost of using hired workers. I don't think hired workers are farm hands. I think hired workers are contractors, basically. Right, that is this contract and this field finished. Where's my tractor? There it is. So I'm just gonna park this up here. Well, oh, no. Start the engine. There we go. Like so, and fold these up. These have been pretty good. I'm very, very pleased with this setup. That is a field of very dead. Actually, just put it down. There we go. That's that one done. And then this one. Very happy with this. It has been a very good and very useful contract. So that is our 2 tractors. Let's have a look here. Completed 10,539. Collect that. And let's just see in here. How much did that cost us when hired workers in December? There we go. Wage payment 699. So yeah, we spent less than €1,000 on that. That worked really, really well for us. So yeah, I think we may do a little more ploughing contract with these 2 tractors going into the next day. We have a few bits to do around our farm. Before, I think we're going to look at skipping over to the springtime so that we can continue moving on. Otherwise, we're going to spend a lot of videos doing things like ploughing and cultivating contracts. So I want to kind of avoid getting too repetitive like that. What we are going to be doing today is we have 2 pallets of tomatoes, 2 pallets of strawberries, and a pallet of lettuces. So we want to get them loaded up and get them out. The job we've got to do in the springtime actually is get the fields fertilized. I don't know how much fertilizer we've got left in our spreader, but that field there, the field 20, the middle of that field needs a whole load of fertilizer. So if I can get a bag of that and do that, that would probably be fairly useful to us. Let's bring this over here, get in and under these. So hopefully I can get all of these into my truck. If not, I'm still keeping a lookout for a cheap trailer that we might be able to load it to use, because obviously this is not the easiest thing or easiest way to be doing this. Let's get that in there like so. Yeah, they don't all sit in there very cleanly. In fact, I'm not happy with that at all. What we need to do is get into this sideways to pick this. So, oh, no. Depth perception never been a good thing in farm sim. Trying to work out exactly where you've got your... Oh, that's not happy. Where you've got your forks is always troublesome and always has been. What I'm going to do here is I've narrowed the forks themselves. We're going to come in from the side and in and like that. And then we should be able to slot this down the end of our truck. But yeah, about 4 or 5 pallets is really what we want to be loading into here maximum. Any more than that and it gets very, very topply, especially now that these have a much larger capacity, these pallets. So let's see if we can get this. The suspension on the truck can cause us some issues, but we're good. We got that one in, and then the next one we should be able to put in normally. But yeah, you can see we're actually gonna be overloaded with 5. So it's gonna be an interesting trip. Where is the best place to sell all these at the moment? So best head over and check that out. Where's my mouse gone? There we are. And we want to pop down to here. So best place for lettuce. In fact, yeah, the only place to sell both the lettuce. Wow, that's a good price. The tomatoes and the strawberries are best. So yeah, it's all at the farm shop. So we want to get all of this down there. Should pay us fairly well, to be honest. That is a nice price that those coming in at. 500 strawberries on here, or 500 litres of strawberries. So it'll be half that price for this, although we've got 2 pallets. I don't know how heavy or how many litres we had of the lettuce just now. But yeah, this is gonna take us a couple of trips today, I think, to get all these done. I only want to really put 1 more pallet on the top. So what we'll do is we'll get the other pallet of strawberries on the top once we've pushed these ones in. There we are. So we've got those into the trailer. Not coming into it straight is causing a whole load of issues. There we go. Yeah, I think it's getting caught on the wheel arches. Let's bring this out. I can stack this better in here. But having the pallet, the extra pallet, really, of lettuce in here means that it's going to require 2 trips. Might have done 1 trip if it had just been 4 pallets, but having the 5th pallet is kind of means that we need to do 2 trips with this. So we'll take the strawberries and the lettuces first, and then we'll come back and we'll load up the tomatoes after that, and get everything sold. Can I come into here straight? There we go. Right, last lot, and we'll get these piled on top, and then we can go and get this all sold down at the farm shop. Up and down, back them out, and there we go. Oh, that is, yeah, that is not well packed, but it is all strapped down. It's going to be a little bit weighty. Oh man. Right, let's get the tractor back over here, ready to get the next lot to load in, while we head down to the farm shop and see if we can't get some money for these. Just need to be a little bit careful. We are very, very top heavy right now. And here we are down at the farm shop. We seem to be selling stuff here more than anywhere else at the moment. Now, it's not this sell point here, and it will complain at us. Yep. And then round the side here, this is where these should sell. And we should get a fairly decent amount. I think that's probably 500 litres of the lettuce as well. It has gone up a bit. There we are. Let's take all of that off. And 1,531. So yeah, 1,000 litres of the strawberries and 500 litres of the lettuce has been, yeah, nicely paying. Let's get back and get the tomatoes loaded up and see if we can get a bit of money from those as well. So looking at the price of that, I think strawberries are probably not worth us doing. We made 1,500. We know the lettuce is worth 2,000. So we got 500 litres. So that basically paid us 1,000 in the same time that the strawberries are only worth 490. And the tomatoes are worth 930. So the lettuce is the best paying. The tomatoes are the second best paying. And the strawberries are the worst paying. So I'm going to stop our strawberry production at this point. Because we can produce as many tomatoes and lettuce in the same time and make twice the money off them. So let's head into our productions. Strawberries. We've got 113 litres there. I am going to cancel and deactivate the production on that. We do need to put some more water in this as well, so we'll do that once we've done this. But yeah, I think if we concentrate on the tomatoes and the lettuce, we're going to make more money overall. In fact, we're going to make twice as much money from those as we are from the strawberries. Strawberries are great for putting into the bakery and making cake. And I think once you get to that stage and you're looking to be putting stuff in to make cakes, then that's the point at which you want to be doing your strawberry production. Until then, it actually is worth more to us to do the tomatoes and the lettuce. And the tomatoes and the lettuce, I want to do both because I think the price fluctuation will probably even out. If we have a look in here at that price fluctuation, at the moment we are actually in a bit of a dip as far as the price of tomatoes goes, but we're on the increase with the lettuce. So you're looking at over the next couple of months, the price going up for both to a high in February. And exactly where that increase will go to is anybody's guess, because it's very hard to tell with the fluctuation set up on here. But it should sort of even out and give us a nice price across both. 500 litres of tomatoes here. So actually, the most profitable is the tomatoes. We produced 1,000 litres of tomatoes. Wow. Yeah, we want to turn the lettuce off as well. We produced 1,000 litres of tomatoes in the same time as it's taken us to produce... No, I take it back. Because the lettuce is worth twice as much as the tomatoes. But produces half as much. So, yeah. So they're about the same. I almost got thrown out by my my own calculation setup then. No, so lettuce is worth doing because it's got about half the production rate but twice the value, whereas the tomatoes are twice the production rate of the lettuce but half the value. So yeah, it is worth doing both of those. It's just the strawberries that are nowhere near worth us doing on here. They take up some of the production rate, so they slow our other two down. And in doing so, they also... Actually, I wonder... I got a theory here. Need to get these out. They slow down the production of the other two. And because they take up some of the production cycle. And they... Well, actually, that's a good question. I wonder if they do. I wonder if you want to be producing all three at the same time, because in here, there's cycles per month. I don't know if that will take up. It's going to be interesting to see if you have a... does stuff produce quicker if the entire... if the entire greenhouse is doing it or not. That is a very interesting thing. I think I need to test at some point. Does it make a difference if you've deactivated something in a greenhouse to how quickly it will produce the other things from the greenhouse? Right, let's turn that off. We will fold the back of this up. Oh, fold the back of that up. Right. And let's head down to the shop and see how much these tomatoes make us. And back down to here again. And yeah, we have 1,000 litres of tomatoes on board. Yeah, not accepted there. They are accepted here. Yeah, there they go. We'll take those off. Is it not selling them? Oh, no, it's selling them. There we go. They're fighting it out in the trailer, though. Come on, almost there. And I'm expecting about 900 for that. Yeah, 931, exactly 1,000 litres. So... let's head back to the farm and we'll have a look at how we've done from these three bits, in these three crops. I think it's a little bit surprising, and yeah, I think strawberries are definitely a crop that we want to avoid going forwards. So that's the first time really since 1.2's come out that I've had a chance to take a look and actually see what's happening with the fruit from... and then the stuff that we get from our greenhouses. It is quite interesting. There is definitely a discrepancy between the strawberries and the other two crops. You've got, you've got 1,536 cycles per month, which is the same as the tomatoes, roughly. No, in fact, it is identical to the tomatoes. However, you apparently get 2 strawberries for every one water. So you have to put in less water to get the same number of strawberries out. But it's not double the cycles. So, yeah, you are you're taking less water to produce your strawberries overall, whereas you take more water to produce a lettuce. So if you were paying for your water, if you were paying for the water, then the one to go for is probably gonna be the tomatoes overall, because it's gonna cost you twice what it would for the strawberries, but they pay twice as much. Yeah, and the production cost per month for all of these is 2. So without us paying for the water, I think tomatoes and lettuce are worth it. If I was paying for the water, strawberries do start becoming more interesting. But it kind of depends on how much you're paying for the water. I'd like to see, I really, really wish that manure was part of these. It would require manure to be something that's purchasable on the map. But yeah, I really wish manure was part of these, so that you could have that kind of cost taken into account as well. I'm fairly sure there must be modded versions of the greenhouses out there that require that. Let's get the... I probably should have done this the other way around, but let's drop this off. Like that. And that way we can go and grab some more water. And yes, we are not going to pay for this. We're going to go down to the river and find ourselves some water. But it's one of those things that is really, really interesting on the side to find that out and to see what effect that has. We actually have enough money today to get a lime or a stone crusher, which I think will be something very useful. We don't have a plow on the farm, but to keep weeds off, I'm very tempted to get one along with a stone collector. Oh, I don't think we're hooked up properly. Yeah, there we go. That's better. And then we should be able to bring in a nice amount per month. I think it's 1,200 per month that the lime crusher brings in. So I think we might try and place that today and keep that going over the winter. We're going to need to get a bucket for our tractor as well today for that. And if we have the money left, I think it might be time, with the winter coming in, to get ourselves a nice new home. I'm hoping the best place for me to get access to the river is going to be from the island. I don't think there's an easy place of access down there by the boats, but the roadway goes down to the other side of the grain mill over there. So we're going to head down there and see if we can get close enough to the water to refill from that point. And that means heading down this road here and seeing if there's anywhere down the bottom here that we can back this down into the water. Yes. Okay. I think next to that tree is probably our best bet. Back this up here. Doesn't look like a massively steep drop off. And thankfully it isn't. So, into there. And perfect. Yeah, so this is probably our nearest place to be able to grab some water from the river, fill our trailer up, and hopefully get this thing going forwards before we end up with a tractor in the river, because that is very slowly sinking backwards. But we're good. And we're filled up, and it's probably going to take us a couple of loads of water to refill our greenhouse. So yeah, a couple of trips of this and we should be done. 2 more trips to the river and we're back with our 3rd load of water, and this should be enough to finish this off. So there, and unload that. And once that's done, let's have a look here. In fact, yeah, it didn't take much to top that off. So we now have a full set of water on there. We've got half the tanker left, so that's good news. That can go back in this shed. And that is all done and dusted. And yeah, nice amount of money should be made from more of that. Like so. Drop that off. And then we've just got a couple of things left. One, I really want to, it's winter and it's cold, and sleeping on that camp bed in the in the cold is not very nice. So we'll just go back this up out the way, and then I think we're gonna grab ourselves a nice new house. So into this menu here, construction, we want to demolish this. Yep, we'll sell that for 49 euros. Perfect. And I'm going to have to move because I'm in the way of my own construction there. Right. And then, thanks to the 1.2 update, we have a brand spanking new little farmhouse. Well, it's a cabin house that we can have. And we can just put this side of this tree. So, yeah, this will go here. And quite nicely fit next to our greenhouse, maybe. Yeah, I think go here. Like, no, overlaps with another object. There, that's where we'll put that. And look, we have somewhere now that actually is a roof over our heads. Absolutely fantastic. And then the last thing we want to do today, we want to get this lime production going. It's exactly where am I going to place this? That means that we can easily get this to function and to work. Let's turn the tractor off. We've got 15,000 left. In fact, we're going to have to earn a little bit more money before we do that because we don't have a bucket. And a bucket is going to cost us how much? A bucket is going to cost 1,600. Yeah. So a bucket is 1,600. That is going to take us down to 14,000. The 14,000 is going to mean that our lime facility... Oh, production. Here we go. That is 15,000. So we could get this and we could start producing some stuff with it. I'm wondering actually, can we get that... Can I turn that and put that under that? No. So, ideally, we want this along this side here. It's going to be a bit of a pain to fill, I think. Yeah, because we can't fill it from the side, so we'd have to come down the edge. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know where the best place to fill this and put this would be. Maybe up the back here somewhere. Aha! I think, actually... Not enough money. Oh, we don't have enough money to place it because we can't afford... the flattening, I don't think. So, yeah, we can't place that at the moment. So that pretty much puts the kibosh on that for now. Yes, had I not bought the house first. But it's cold. And we need somewhere warmer to sleep. So that is what we're going to be looking to do as soon as we can. I think maybe if we can sell a few more pieces of fruit and veg will be good. But overall, it's been a fairly productive day. So we're going to leave this here for today. Which means that all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below. Follow on Twitch to watch live. And for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.